Good morning. Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the management, maintenance and operational issues at Calvary Mater Hospital, Newcastle. I acknowledge the Pambalong clan of the Awabakal Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I also wanted to acknowledge, before we start, the patients and their families at the Calvary Mater Hospital. While we're spending most of the day today hearing from staff, former staff and their representatives and interrogating questions of contractual arrangements and infrastructure maintenance, of course it's the patients and their families who we're doing this work for, and we're keeping in mind your experiences throughout the day. To Mr. Payton and other witnesses, welcome. Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could you please start by stating your name and position and swear either the oath or the affirmation?
For New South Wales Health, Hunter, New England. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Tim Payton. I'm a licensed plumber with more than 25 years of experience in the trade. For approximately 14 years, I worked on site at the Calvary Mater Hospital in Newcastle, working directly with the hospital's plumbing and water infrastructure. During that time, I worked on site at the hospital as an employee of Hunter, New England Health, with Honeywell responsible for the facilities management contract. My work involved maintaining and responding to issues within the hospital's plumbing and water systems, including water supply services, boiling water units, backflow prevention devices, portable water storage tanks, and temperature control systems. In a hospital environment, these systems are not simply building services. They are critical safety infrastructure that underpin infection control, safe drinking water quality, and the day-to-day operation of clinical services. Over the course of my time working at the Mater, I observed serious and persistent deficiencies in how elements of this infrastructure were maintained, monitored, and managed. From my professional perspective, these were not isolated maintenance issues. They pointed to broader systemic failures in asset management, maintenance oversight, and the escalation of infrastructure risks within the facility. What I observed was not simply a series of technical plumbing faults, but a pattern of infrastructure risks being identified without reliable systems in place to ensure they were properly rectified or independently verified. To assist the committee, I will briefly summarise some of the key infrastructure and compliance issues I personally observed while working at the hospital. These issues affected multiple critical systems responsible for drinking water, safety, infection control, and building integrity. These included portable water storage tanks supplying hospital drinking water that had only been cleaned twice since installation and had minimal inspection records. The tanks showed visible sediment buildup, severe corrosion affecting structural components, and contamination risks, including the absence of adequate vermin proofing. These conditions raised serious concerns about whether the tanks were being maintained in accordance with the intent of AS 3500 and acceptable drinking water safety practices. Boiling water drinking units located throughout the hospital, most commonly in staff and patient kitchen areas, where hot water is used to make tea and coffee. An audit identified 43 out of 71 units were non-compliant, including installations where the units were connected directly to the sewer system without required separation. Those units are used by staff and patients for drinking water for hot beverages. Without the required separation, There is a risk that contamination from the sewer system could enter equipment used to supply drinking water, meaning patients and staff could potentially be drinking contaminated water. Despite the issue being raised, rectification took approximately 14 months. Backflow prevention devices, which are critical safety devices installed in plumbing systems to prevent contaminated water such as sewage, toxic chemicals or other hazardous substances from reversing flow and entering the clean drinking water supply. An internal audit showed 31 out of 73 devices have never been tested since installation in 2007, and commissioning or historical test records could not be produced. Without testing or records, there is no reliable way to verify that the drinking water protection system was functioning as intended. Chemical dosing systems are used to automatically mix water with concentrated cleaning chemicals when staff fill bottles for cleaning and sanitation. At the hospital, these systems were connected directly to the potable drinking water supply with no backflow prevention devices installed. Without backflow protection, there is a risk that the cleaning chemicals could be drawn back into the hospital's drinking water system if pressure changes occur in the plumbing. Under Australian plumbing standards, this is considered a high hazard cross-connection risk because chemicals are connected directly to the potable drinking water system. Despite the issue being escalated, rectification took approximately 16 months and the system was ultimately removed due to the contamination risk. Thermostatic mixing valves are plumbing devices that mix hot and cold water to deliver water at a safe, controlled temperature before it reaches taps, showers and clinical outlets. The Mater Hospital has more than 250 across the site, which were intended to be monitored by a central computer monitoring system. However, the T&V monitoring system was unreliable, outdated and frequently reporting errors. When these issues were raised with Honeywell, the T&V monitoring computer was removed and unavailable for several months, leaving the system without effective monitoring. This reduced the ability to verify temperature compliance and skull protection, which are critical safety controls in a hospital environment. The monitoring system also tracks low-use outlets and taps that have not been run for extended periods. When outlets remain unused, stagnant water can create conditions that support Legionella bacterial growth. Without a functioning monitoring system, the ability to identify these outlets and manage Legionella risks across the site, across the hospital water system, was significantly reduced. Ice machines and drinking water dispensers that showed mould, residue, deterioration, milky white substances at outlets, and other hygiene concerns, with no formal sanitisation program in place prior to 2023. Spare ice machines were also stored in plant rooms where they are exposed to dust, contaminants and general plant room conditions, and were returned to service without documented sanitisation or cleaning before being reinstalled. These hygiene concerns and storage practices were raised on multiple occasions, as equipment used to supply drinking water and ice to patients, visitors and staff requires proper sanitation controls to prevent contamination. Preventive maintenance systems where asset registers were incomplete, asset identifiers were missing, duplicate assets existed, asset locations were incorrect, and maintenance instructions were inaccurate. In many cases, no task checklists were attached to maintenance jobs, meaning there was no reliable way to verify that required inspection or maintenance tasks had actually been completed. Maintenance documentation and compliance records that would at times go missing, appear altered, or not align with the physical condition of the infrastructure being inspected. In some cases, historical maintenance records, inspection reports, or testing documentation could not be produced, making it difficult to verify whether required inspections or compliance testing had actually been carried out. Where documentation does not match the condition of the infrastructure or records cannot be located, there is no reliable way to confirm that critical maintenance or compliance activities have been completed. There is also a building leak register documenting more than 150 rainwater leaks across the hospital. Many of these leaks remain unresolved for extended periods, allowing water ingress into the hospital. In many cases, the response appeared to involve temporary or short-term repairs, such as patching, waterproofing, silicone sealing, or other band-aid style fixes, rather than permanent engineering repairs to address the underlying cause of the leaks. This meant that leaks would often reoccur and remain on the register for long periods of time, rather than being permanently resolved. Repeated water ingress into building materials such as ceilings, walls, insulation, and structural components can create conditions that support mold growth and deterioration of building materials. In a hospital environment, persistent moisture and mold growth raise infection control concerns, making building integrity and water management critically important. While some of these issues may appear technical in isolation, together they point to broader failures in infrastructure oversight and maintenance governance. During my time on site, I also observed significant workforce turnover with well over 100 Honeywell staff leaving site, many of whom raised concerns about workplace culture and management practices. As part of my duties, I repeatedly raised infrastructure faults, compliance risks, and safety issues through the reporting processes that were in place. My intention in doing so was also to ensure that risks affecting critical hospital infrastructure were properly addressed. However, in many cases, the responses were delayed, incomplete, or failed to address the underlying issues. Based on my observation and interactions at the time, it was clear to me that personnel from Honeywell and Novacare senior management were aware of a number of these issues, yet many of the underlying problems remain unresolved. When I raised concerns about infrastructure compliance and maintenance documentation, the issues were not often addressed, and the response instead created pressure to stop raising them. I experienced negative feedback, increased work pressure, and what I perceived to be bullying harassment, which appeared aimed at discouraging further escalations of these matters. Over time, a pattern emerged. Infrastructure risks were identified, concerns were escalated, pressure was applied to the person raising the issue, remediation was delayed or incomplete, and the underlying risks often remain unresolved. As a result of this situation that developed after raising these concerns, I am no longer in capacity to attend or work at the Calvary Mater Hospital, although I remain employed by Hunter New England Health. After many years with these systems, it became clear to me that what I was seeing were not simply operational maintenance problems. They reflected deeper governance and management failures in how critical hospital infrastructure was being maintained and overseen. I am appearing before the committee today in good faith and in public interest to assist the committee in understanding what I observed firsthand while working inside these systems. When the integrity of maintenance records, testing regimes, and preventative maintenance systems cannot be verified, the integrity of the infrastructure itself cannot be assured. My evidence today simply reflects the conditions I observed while carrying out my work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the information that you've brought to the committee and to the public today. We're very grateful. I'll start with a couple of my own questions, and we'll go to questions from other members of the committee as well. Yep. The first question I wanted to ask was about the standards that you mentioned and the sort of maintenance regime one would expect. You're a licensed plumber. I'm not a licensed plumber.
Yep.
Can you talk us through what would be the standard that you'd expect in terms of upholding those standards?
The standards in plumbing terms, we refer back to the Australian standards AS 3500, and in that it's quite a large book, and depending on what kind of issues or topics you're after, you'd have to go back and look through the books.
So, I mean, you've raised an extraordinary number of issues this morning. I doubt we're going to have time to go through all of them, but whether it's, the backflow or the tanks, where should we be looking for the kind of evidence you'd expect to keep those standards in terms of, you mentioned incomplete or missing maintenance logs. What would a facility normally have to do to ensure that those standards were followed?
Well, you'd have to have complete asset registers detailing exact locations, as well as preventative maintenance schedules and maintenance documentation supporting what you've done on site.
And when you were working at the Mater, to your knowledge, who was the person or the organisation responsible for maintaining those registers?
Honeywell.
Thanks. I'll go to questions from other committee members. Maybe Mrs. Mitchell.
I've got one, Chair. So can you tell us, Tim, thanks for your evidence, you're a licensed plumber?
Correct.
Can you tell us what the requirements of you as a licensed plumber are in terms of carrying out qualified work? You've got responsibilities. Do you want to just outline those to us?
Yes, my responsibility is always to protect patient, staff and safety, as well as the public. You also have to apply through various standards. You have to uphold them. The Australian standards, there's various standards as well, the Hosplan code, things like that.
So when you raise these things with Honeywell,
Yep.
and that is essentially what you're saying is I'm unable to discharge my responsibilities under the relevant legislation because this isn't being done properly. What was their response?
It was either incomplete or ignored. And this went on for a number of years, a long time.
And were these things raised with Safe Work?
Not by myself, no.
Other people?
These particular issues, I think the water tanks were, yes.
Right,
I
okay.
ask, Mr. Clayton, thank you for your evidence so far. When you said in your opening remarks you repeatedly raised the concerns
Yep.
Through the processes that were in place, just ask you if you could just help us understand what those processes are and what that involves.
Yeah, so the process would be to go to your inline manager, first of all, and then they would hopefully escalate it to the facilities manager and the facilities director. I was aware that everyone at the time was aware of these issues. Over time, because we had such a large turnover of Honeywell staff, we would repeatedly and constantly tell them about all these issues. By the time they settled in and got a brief of exactly what was going on, the next minute they were gone. But the last 3 to 4 years, you've had consistent management there who repeatedly ignored or minimised what I was saying.
When you say, so first obviously your line manager, was that a Honeywell employee?
Correct.
And then they would then escalate that
Yeah.
to, hopefully, I think that were your words, to the facilities manager.
Yes.
Who ultimately had the authority to then decide what approach was taken. Is that correct?
Facilities manager and director. I did also notify the Novacare asset manager on site.
And at any point in time, when you raised your concerns, was that ever, I suppose, dismissed, ignored? Did you ever experience, when you raised your concerns, there being any manipulation of, things that you had said?
Yes, I'm not a... Look, I'm not privy to obviously the executive meetings and what goes on there. Sorry, can you just repeat the last part?
When you raised your concerns,
Yeah.
did you ever feel that they were not passed on or manipulated in any way? So if there have been concerns or at least allegations made that when staff have raised concerns to management,
Yeah.
those concerns have been altered. So as in not passed on in their true form or changed to reflect a positive outcome.
Yes, I believe it has, but I don't have any evidence of that.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, thanks, yeah.
A number of those issues that you say you reported may have created a clinical risk or a workplace risk to the clinical staff or the patients. Were you ever asked to put them in as incident reports to the Calvary?
No, I was not.
Can I just ask a final one from me? You mentioned 31 out of the 73, I think, devices haven't been tested or not been tested.
Yeah.
Just in your expertise, how often should they be tested in order to make them safe?
Yearly.
Yearly. And so they hadn't been tested at all?
At all. No. Honeywell had an asset register that was outdated. It was incomplete. It was missing locations. It was missing the backflows altogether. When we completed the audit and we compared the two asset registers together, that's where I found the discrepancies.
And the TMV, when you say TMV, what does that stand for?
Thermostatic mixing valve.
Thank you. The TMV monitoring system, how long was that out for?
Approximately over 6 months.
So for a period of over 6 months, there was no way of verifying
No.
what the temperature or quality of water was?
No, and it used to be hooked up to the building monitoring system, BMS alarm. We used to get high temperature alarms if it went over 48 degrees. That was removed, so there was no verification, or you could not check if anything was at scalding risk for patients. Because as soon as we leave site on a Friday afternoon, what happens over the weekend we don't know. We come in Monday morning and there's all these high temperature alarms on there, and we've raised that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have a couple. Thank you. Thank you for coming and being so frank and honest with your advice. It's probably a little bit different to your day-to-day job, having to come and talk to a heap of politicians, but we appreciate it, and I think it'll be very beneficial to the committee. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, and going back to what Emily just asked about kind of the reporting structure. So obviously you're employed by Hunter New England Health, but all of your sort of direct line managers were in Honeywell or Novacare, is that correct? So none of
Correct.
the complaints that you made ever came back into Hunter New England Health?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then just the issue of, and I'm probably at the terminology wrong, but effectively where the sewerage and the drinking water had potential for cross-contamination. So when was that had occurred?
I sent an email to the Honeywell Facilities Director April 2024.
Okay. And I think you said it was rectified, but it took about 14 months. So in that 14-month period, was there any sort of feedback to you about that, or do you just report it and hope that obviously other people are doing their jobs as well and are looking to rectify it? Do you get any feedback from
I reported it
your
and I kept raising it verbally.
Okay, and there was never any...
No, it only came about because I actually received a job, and the boiling water unit, the job was actually logged as the boiling water unit had no flow from the outlet. Mm-hmm. So I checked the vent pipe, and the vent pipe was connected to the sewer, and it was actually contaminated. Okay. I wrote on my job notes that please refer back to my original email. There's a cross connection. My job notes got altered and put into the computer system. So we rely heavily on paper at the Mater.
Yeah.
And it was put into the system as plumbers cleared the blockage in the vent. Nothing about my email, nothing about being a cross connection.
So you give your written paperwork to somebody else for lodgement in the system, and it was altered in between what you wrote and what went in?
Yes, yeah.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Who altered it?
Honeywell.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Patton, thank you very much for coming along. It is very important that you've come today to provide this very full and frank evidence with detail, which I can assure you will be looked at very carefully by the Chair and the whole committee in our deliberations. And I appreciate there is pressure on you, no doubt, to sort of come and do this. You feel a bit tense about it, but it's irreplaceable to not have a person like you to come and be so full and frank. So thank you very much on behalf of the committee.
Thank you.
Your service is for a 14-year period, I think, approximately. You've been working here.
Correct.
And you are able to take a question on notice if you don't think you've got the detail ready to sort of put forward as an answer, and you need to think about it, and the committee can liaise with you to take it away and think about it. But casting your mind back to when you commenced, which was some time ago, I think on around 2011, and through to 2025, so that's the 14-year period. In those earlier days, and perhaps even going back to when you started, when you commenced your employment with Honeywell, did you have some concerns about how it all started off? Did it look like it was all right in terms of the practices, the procedures, the channels of communication, etc.? Was it something that what I'm trying to grasp is, it's a 14-year period. Has this deteriorated over time, or there were some, even right back then, some issues that were exercising your mind?
Yeah, the site was never. It was never compliant in my view, but it did gradually deteriorate over time. But I'd say the last 4 to 5 years, it extremely deteriorated.
And just my final question, in your opening statement, or maybe perhaps it was a answer to one of the questions of my colleagues, about the last, I thought you might have said 2 years, that the turnover within the Honeywell wasn't as significant as it had been in the past. Is that right? About the last 2 or 3 years, things that the turnover had slowed down? Was that your evidence?
Correct.
Yes. And before that, had there been, going right back to when you commenced, turnover on a pretty regular basis? So there was people coming and going all the time, or it's fluctuated over that period?
When I first started, there was only 3 Honeywell staff in the office back in 2011. And they were quite constant for about 5 or 6 years.
Right.
And then in between that period and a few years ago, there was over 100 staff that had left.
And not replaced? Or sorry, turned over?
Turned over.
Oh,
but,
wow.
But now they've obviously got a staff of about 10 or 11 in there.
Right. But there was rapid turnover over a period of time.
Correct.
Coming and going.
Yeah.
Last question from me, and we'll have to move on to our next witness. I just wanted to really drill down to this question of your records being altered, which I think is really concerning. If not by name, do you remember the position description of who was the person that you actually submitted those notes to?
It would have been the secretary in Honeywell, but she would have asked for advice. Anything that gets handed to her and it's controversial, before she enters it in, she would get advice from above.
Okay, but you're not sure who that would have been from?
No.
We're out of time this morning. Thank you so much again for the
thank you
evidence
for
that
having
you've
me.
provided us. There might be questions from the supplementary questions from the committee after today, which you'll receive in writing, and you'd have 21 days to respond to those.
Yeah. No
Thank you
problem.
very much again.
Yeah. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Patton.
Thank you.
I now call Mr. Luke Carroll.
I think you're good now.
We're right to go. My apologies, I think they were just sorting the technical issue. Good morning, thank you for making time to give evidence today. Could you please start by stating your name and title and swearing either the oath or the affirmation?
Yep. My name is Luke Michael Carroll, and I'm a former Senior Project Manager with Honeywell at the Calvary Mater Hospital. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Luke Carroll, and I was the Senior Project Manager for Honeywell at the Calvary Mater Hospital from June 2024 until last year. Within weeks of starting work at the hospital, a number of issues became evident and deeply concerning. There was decaying and patched over infrastructure, inadequate or non-existent maintenance practices, quite apparent falsification of maintenance records, and what appeared to be a culture of deceptive conduct. I've worked across a range of large facilities in healthcare and elsewhere. If what I saw was inside of a pet food factory, it would be concerning. The fact that it was inside a hospital and being indulged by so many people was almost beyond comprehension. The problem was not the age of the Calvary Mater Hospital's buildings or systems. The core problem was willful neglect. You didn't need to be a brain surgeon to recognise how dangerous that neglect could be in a medical setting. Having made Newcastle my home, that risk was not abstract. It was a risk to me, to my children, our friends and neighbours. Yet, it appeared to be of little concern to the managers I worked under. In 2024, just 4 months into the role, I raised these concerns directly with Honeywell's Integrity Unit, the company's internal whistleblower division. I then participated in their investigation until April 2025. 5 agonising months through a long hot summer, still nothing. Nothing but another crop of disease breeding in the air conditioning ductwork of the hospital, being vented down on vulnerable patients, the staff and my community. On the 3rd of April 2025, I authored a brutally direct report warning of the gravity of the situation, providing tangible evidence of the decay. That report was for a project, but I thought it appropriate that I include the hospital and operational partner Hunter New England Health to alert them to the danger. No one could say they didn't know now. After that revelation, one I hope saved some lives, I was treated with nothing but contempt and hostility by Honeywell. I was stood down, prohibited from attending or communicating with anyone at the hospital, subjected to interrogation by the insider threat unit of Honeywell's global security team based in America, and had my name and reputation smeared within the company and hospital. In September, they stopped paying me, but bizarrely maintained that I was still an employee of Honeywell and still subject to their confidentiality obligations of an employee to keep their secrets. Unpaid, but I was still enslaved. My marriage and health fell apart during this time due to the pressure I was under. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for the evidence that you've provided, and it sounds like at some personal cost, and we're very grateful for that. My first question is about you mentioned a report that you authored that you
Yes.
provided through appropriate channels to Honeywell.
Yes.
Can you provide that report to the committee?
Yeah, that can be obtained through my legal representatives, yep.
Excellent, thank you. We'd appreciate a copy. You mentioned in your opening statement, I wrote down the term because it was so concerning, a culture of deceptive conduct.
Yes.
Can you provide some examples or explain what you meant?
Yeah. Look, everything was hidden, dulled down at the hands of the site facility director. He was essentially the puppet master who would run everything, and nothing really went by him. To give you an example, to convey the message, in Ward 5C, there was the NUMS office up there, who's the nurse unit manager. There was multiple reports of a foul smell in her office. These reports have been put in, the reports were closed, the jobs were never attended to. She was told there was no mould, it stunk of mould. There was a severe odour. I happened to be on one of the reports in the area. I popped by and said, "G'day." It was evident that there was mould in the ceiling space or the air conditioning. She was visibly distressed, just wanting to get it rectified. I later was in the office and heard the facility director from Honeywell on the phone saying that there was no mould and it's not, there's none there, it's a cleaning issue, not our problem. I then saw that nurse, the nurse unit manager, who was visibly sick at the cafe after that. She broke down to me. She was under so much pressure and distress and sick, like you could hear her chest. She was so unwell. And after that, there was contractors who went in and removed the ductwork from her office in the wee hours of the morning to hide the fact that that mould was, that ductwork was full of mould. the photos of that ductwork and that register that was removed clandestinely during the night because they had to keep the no mould story going was placed in the skip bin in the rear of the hospital where photos were taken, and they ended up on the front page of the Newcastle Herald. So that was the culture, if that helps.
Wow.
Sorry, and when was that? When did that happen?
I'll take that on notice,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Sorry.
Of course, you're welcome to take any question on notice.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Honeywell's internal integrity unit investigation. So what happened in response when you raised these things through what I understand that was the channel you were supposed to report through?
Yeah, that's correct. That's a part of the policies of Honeywell, and I followed their policies to raise concerns first and follow those procedures. I was first put in contact with someone in America who then passed me on to a senior investigator out of India. I participated fully and truthfully within that over a number of months. It became towards the end evident that the investigation was not skewed toward finding any truth or uncovering or fixing any practices, rather than just covering up and mitigating any risk for Honeywell. And then it became apparent that I was more centred at the centre of the investigation.
And to what extent were you advised or not advised to tell Calvary or the clinical providers about the risks resulting from the infrastructure issues?
Directly after I sent that report or by email, I was I've got emails where I was told that I should not have done that, and so.
Are you able to provide the committee with a copy of those emails?
Yeah, I'm happy to request through my legal.
Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Sivell.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. The response was that you should have raised concerns about mould being in ceiling cavities. Is that?
Yeah. So essentially, how it would work is because it was attributed to a project, I raise a project management plan for that project. I have a communications list on that,
Yep.
and all the people in there. This was a part of an update to that project, and I included everyone
Yep.
as per the project management plan on that communications list. They switched it around as soon as I sent it. It was not who I shared it with; it was the content of what I'd shared.
And just, sorry, Chair. If you,
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you mentioned earlier in your evidence Ward 5C, the nursing unit manager's office. Just for the committee's benefit, what ward is Ward 5C?
5C is haematology, and so it's next. Essentially, for context, I believe from the reporting in the news, that where the maggots came out of the ceiling originally was at the nurses' station, which is approximately 2 metres from where this issue was.
Right, thank you, that's very helpful. You said you raised concerns with the integrity unit as the sort of first port of call. How was that done? Was that done by email? Was it done in a phone call? What was the process there?
Generally, it was done by Microsoft Teams message and phone calls or video calls.
So what I'm trying to get at is that there is a timeline that we can establish as to when the concerns were raised.
Oh yeah, I can give you there's the original email that I sent to the Access Integrity Helpline, detailing my concerns with various matters.
And do you know when that occurred?
When I sent that email?
Yes.
That was in October 31st. October 31st of 2024, I believe.
Thank you.
It was October 2024. I believe it was the 31st.
Yeah. And the report that you authored, that you sent around to Hunter New England Local Health District, when was that? When did you send that one? Are you able to tell the committee?
Yes. It was in April 2025.
Thank you. I think you talked earlier in your evidence about the site facilities director, and the words I think that you used were nothing goes past him. I'm interested in just exploring that perhaps a little more to try and help the committee understand why that was the case. You know, when you have concerns raised in a healthcare facility that's providing care for your local community, as you mentioned, of which I'm a part of, so I feel the same way, I have to say. It's not an abstract risk at all. I've got loved ones that have received care there. When you say that, how was that possible? Like, what would it have taken, do you think, for those concerns to be taken seriously?
The concerns would not be taken seriously. You'd be forced out the door. It was intimidation, harassment, to suppress any legitimate reporting of compliance issues.
Yeah, that's really concerning. I might pass to my colleagues in case they have any questions.
I might just go to the opposition first and come back to you, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for coming, and I'm sorry to hear about what has been happening with you, and I'm sure this has been really distressing, but the committee certainly does appreciate it. I mean, you've sort of answered some of the questions that I had from other colleagues, but just in terms of the report that was sent around more broadly and to Hunter New England Health, do you remember who it was sent to Hunter New England Health?
Yeah, it was just a standard project reporting, so it was a mixture of Novacare, HAC, and the Calvary Mater staff, as was a part of a project.
Yep.
I slipped it into a project status update.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess the only other thing I wanted to, and again, it sort of goes to what others have said, but I wrote down in from your opening statement where you talked about willful neglect, which is a pretty powerful phrase. I guess in your experience, is this something that you've ever seen happen before in the way that it has at a hospital? And who do you think ultimately should be responsible for what's gone on here?
In my experience, in my professional experience in various capacity, I have been involved in the construction of 4 hospitals and the operations of a further probably 18, including reviewing them for maintenance tactics and compliance. In that regard, I've never seen anything like I've seen at the Calvary Mater. It is dire. The facility has been neglected for such a substantial amount of time, with band-aids after band-aids applied to the facility, and the concealment of risk. To give you an indication, I personally had to fix deficient fire systems because I was so concerned about the safety of the building. These are simple but critical faults that have been left for years and years and years, and in the event of a fire, you wouldn't get out. So, look, this isn't a contractual dispute. This isn't aggressive contractual management. This is something more.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned before with the report and sort of the standing reporting, it went to obviously, people within Honeywell, Novacare, HAC. So really everyone has skin in the game here in terms of oversight.
Well,
your evidence.
The intention of including that information in the report was there was issues with the project building that I was working in, and then there was the similar building, which is where Ward 5C and 5D are, after gaining some very disturbing photos. I included them purposely to alert Calvary Mater and HAC, all doing a great job in difficult circumstances. So it could come to light of what was going on, and the appropriate clinicians and subject matter experts could be involved in the risk assessment and the remediation of that risk. And this is the normal operation, like in hospitals. Normally, things happen. You raise the alarm, you get the qualified people onto the panel, you test the data, and you assess the risk, and you go from there. You don't hide it for years.
Just one more, if I can, Chair. I know you mentioned the issue with the nurse unit manager and the mould. And again, this is probably more a personal opinion than a professional one, but how, in your view, how were the staff? How were they coping with everything? And was there enough support for them that you could see when you were interacting with the frontline staff in the hospital?
Look, my time at the Calvary Mater, I had good working relations with both HAC and the Calvary Mater staff. They were all trying to do their best throughout a difficult time, difficult working environment. Look, I think there were mechanisms there as best as possible, but the gravity of the situation and they had to combat daily, just for simple things that should be, provided.
Should be routine.
Yeah. So look, there was distress there, especially with that particular nurse unit manager. She was very sick. She had severe pneumonia. I could hear her chest and talking to her. She was on her way to go to the doctor at the clinic. And notably, I've never had pneumonia until the first few months of working at the Mater Hospital, where I came down with severe pneumonia as well. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask one very minor question, then I'll go to Mr. Donnelly. You said you were employed as a senior project manager.
Yes.
What specifically was the project that you were brought in to manage?
Multiple projects. So essentially, my job involved the Capital Works program and replacement of infrastructure. So that's kind of my forte and what I'd worked in previously as well.
Okay.
So upgrade of air conditioning systems, upgrade of electrical systems, stuff like that.
And perhaps on notice, just in the interest of time, can you provide us with a list of that prior experience and work that you'd conducted before coming to the Mater?
Yes, 100%. No.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Mr. Donnelly.
Sorry, I was just distracted that last question because I think it might have been the same as the one I was going to ask. What was that in regards to?
I was asking about the previous experience that Mr. Carroll had prior to the Mater.
Yes, no, mine was that question. So, that will be most valuable to the committee and the inquiry to underpin. Not that there's any doubt about your professionalism and qualifications, but to actually have that. History would be most valuable, so thank you for that. I am wondering though that you made reference in your opening statement to you being subjected to an investigation by what's referred to, as I understand, the Insider Threat Unit of Honeywell Global Security. I have to say, as a layperson, that sounds a bit ominous to me.
It does.
Are you in a position, and if you need to take it on notice because you're seeking advice or need to seek advice from your legal representatives, feel free to do so. But if you're able to answer, are you able to provide some evidence around what that involved and what your assessment was of what was being done in terms of, through this unit, Honeywell's engagement with you?
Yeah, 100%. I'll take it on notice.
I take it on notice, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, I can give you a brief outline and take the finer detail.
Fill the difference in that'd be beautiful.
Yeah. So essentially, I received when I was stood down from my position, it was framed as me taking leave by Honeywell here in Australia, which was not correct, and they would not confirm this via email, or was removed from site. I was told that there was nothing wrong. It wasn't me. There's no investigation on me. Subsequently, I received a very ominous email from a person in South Carolina, I believe it was, in the United States, in the global...
Sorry to interrupt, but you actually stood down. You were removed from your duties under your arrangement with Honeywell, is that correct?
Yeah, I was told to leave site, pack up and leave site.
Okay, so that's being stood down, isn't it?
Yeah. So they framed it in kinder terms, but essentially that's what it was. Yeah, and essentially I received an email out of the blue from these people in the United States saying that I need to attend an investigation, and I did that via Microsoft Teams with two people from the Insider Threat Unit, one of which was, you have a look, you check LinkedIn, see who these people are. She was an ex-US Special Forces ethical hacker.
Right.
Yeah, working or open source analyst.
Okay.
So
they're both domiciled. They're Teams being there in the United States, and you were participating from Australia. So it was three people on the Teams meeting. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Any other aspects of that meeting worth noting, or?
Look, it wasn't a pleasant experience.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Mrs. Sibel had another question.
Chair. Yeah, just to follow up from me, I just wonder, in your time at Calvary Mater, in your working experience, did you ever observe a culture or a practice by anyone of falsifying records or amending records after they'd been submitted?
Look, it was common knowledge that, Honeywell's a technology company, but everything's done by paper. You had to make sure that anything, documents that you had, you either hid them because they'd go through the shredder depending on what they were and all this kind of stuff. I personally was pulled into rooms in impromptu meetings after writing various reports or technical positions on the maintenance or serviceability of particular equipment, and I was screamed at to change and my story, my position, and essentially coerced into following the narrative which Novacare and Honeywell were putting back to the facility.
And when you say putting documents through the shredder, did that actually occur?
Yeah.
And if so, who did that?
If you left stuff on your desk, it'd go missing, things got changed. Yeah.
Right. Did you ever observe records around mould testing in particular being changed or falsified?
It was common knowledge within the Honeywell facilities team and various parts of site that the mould testing regime was being essentially falsified, for lack of a better term, to produce artificially low results in problem areas.
And so who was doing that, to be clear?
To be clear, it was at the request, I believe, of the director.
So a Honeywell employee?
Honeywell director, yes.
Yeah, okay. And those records then reflected and nothing to see here, if you like, everything's fine.
Artificially low.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Can I ask, so this culture of what it sounds like, or it doesn't sound, it is, and given your evidence, an active culture of suppression.
Yes.
What do you think motivates that? Because this is a cultural thing.
Money. Band-aids after band-aids, a lack of maintenance across the facility, and then, there's degradation in the systems, and then they turn around to the state and, as they say, oh, it's an old system, you need to replace it.
So this is a business model that puts band-aids on things, drags it out as long as humanly possible, and tries to offload the structural responsibilities, the remediation, to other people.
Yes, 100%. I penned that in a Microsoft Teams message to the senior investigator. Similar words to that.
Thanks.
Final one, if you'll indulge me, Chair. Do you have any suggestions for the committee? Obviously, the committee will have hearings, will compile a report, will make recommendations. Do you have any suggestions for the committee as to, in your experience, what the way forward should be?
After working at the Calvary Mater, look, I think you really need to scratch the surface using SMEs for anything that's provided, and really get to the core of the issue. So please don't take it on face value. And I think for the Calvary Mater, Hunter New England on the mental health side there, to heal as a facility, Honeywell need to be removed. There needs to be, as the government's already announced, found out through the paper, there needs to be a comprehensive building assessment, including the critical systems. Essentially, the building that you will get back under this PPP contract is a basket case, and the taxpayer should not have to pay for that.
Thank you. That was an excellent question. And to follow that up, I think for anyone listening at the moment, they would have serious concerns about the safety of patients in that building. What are the key issues that we should be looking to in terms of urgent rectification to be able to provide the staff and the community that confidence? And I appreciate you may need to take that on notice.
I'll take that on notice. That requires a fairly substantive kind of response.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate some of those might be answered by the report you've already agreed to provide on notice as well. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr. Carroll.
you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you again for your very helpful evidence. And the committee will now break for morning tea until 12 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
want to go and tell them?
Yes. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to our next group of witnesses representing the nurses and doctors at the Calvary Mater Hospital. Could you each please state your name and title and swear either the oath or the affirmation, and we might go across starting from my left.
Dr. Catherine Rankin, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Camilla Smith, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Help me God.
Ashley Bosey, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for the invitation to appear at this important inquiry. I'm a haematologist at Calvary Mater Newcastle and an ASMOF New South Wales member. I'm appearing today to describe what I have observed in my workplace and to reflect the themes raised by ASMOF members who have provided feedback to date about the impacts of ongoing maintenance and operational problems on workforce safety and service continuity. This opening statement summarises the feedback of ASMOF members. At the Calvary Mater, we provide care for immunocompromised patients, including people receiving chemotherapy, transplant care, and intensive immunosuppression. These patients depend on treatment environments that are consistently safe and well controlled. There are recurrent building and maintenance hazards at the Calvary Mater Hospital. ASMOF members describe recurring problems being managed through workarounds rather than through timely verified remediation. The operational consequences of this pattern are significant. Members report reduced usable bed capacity when spaces are closed or restricted, frequent relocations that disrupt clinical workflows, pressure on emergency and inpatient flow, and cancellations or delays that can ripple through the hospital. Some members have reported that patients are expressing fear or lack of confidence about receiving treatment in affected areas. These hazards also affect the workforce. Members describe working in conditions that create avoidable physical and psychological strain, heat and humidity issues, slip risks, inadequate amenities, and persistent uncertainty about when problems will be fixed. Concerns are compounded when staff experience escalation systems that are slow or burdensome. Thank you. I'm happy to answer the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Have you got a short opening statement as well?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry. The New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association represents over 82,000 members, including those at the front line of this infrastructure and safety crisis at Calvary Mater Hospital. Our submission is grounded in the direct experiences of these healthcare professionals who have been forced to navigate a clinical environment compromised by chronic infrastructure failure. The evidence from Calvary Mater Newcastle serves as a stark warning that the public-private partnership model is fundamentally incompatible with a tertiary healthcare setting. At Calvary Mater, we have seen a responsibility vacuum where contractual complexity and commercial confidentiality has been prioritised over the non-delegable duties of the Work Health and Safety Act. Accountability has been diffused across a labyrinth of entities, Calvary, Novacare, Honeywell and the Ministry, leading to a situation where responsibility for safety has been repeatedly shifted due to contractual ambiguity. As a consequence of this, there has been an 11-month delay in getting hazardous mould remediation work commenced. Whilst Aspergillus fumigatus was detected in April 2025, the Association is aware through member reports that requisite building maintenance has been neglected for years. These governance failures have had tangible, hazardous consequences, which have ranged from clinical risk, operational instability, and risks to worker health and safety. The Association's primary recommendation is for the New South Wales Government to formally discontinue the use of public-private partnership arrangements for public health services in New South Wales. We subsequently call for the transition of hospital asset management back to direct public sector control, prohibiting the outsourcing arrangements that limit governance over environmental safety, the strengthening of step-in powers to allow the government to override contractor delays when safety is at risk, recognition of infrastructure failures in hospitals under a public-private partnership as direct clinical risk events, and the urgent adoption of the model of care, model code of practice for biological hazards. Healthcare facilities are not just commercial infrastructure assets, they are high-risk clinical environments. At Calvary Mater Newcastle, the primacy of patient and worker safety has been diluted by commercial contractual complexities. This cannot be an acceptable model for hospital management and maintenance moving forwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all so much for making the time to give evidence today on behalf of your members. My first question is to the clinicians. There's been lots of evidence, including the evidence this morning from the maintenance staff about Aspergillus mould. I am a medical practitioner, but in terms of the other people listening today and the rest of the committee, can you explain to us why that's a risk and who are the patients that are particularly at risk of adverse outcomes from exposure to that kind of mould? Sorry, I don't think the microphone caught that answer.
Immunosuppressed patients.
Okay, and can you explain this in more detail?
Immunosuppressed patients are prone to opportunistic infections. I'm not an expert in infectious diseases.
That's okay. And what are the sorts of conditions that are caused by Aspergillus mould? Thank you. And for the types of patients that you'd have on a haematology ward or a medical oncology ward, that exposure to Aspergillus mould, if it causes a pneumonia, how serious can the consequences of that type of infection be?
Quite.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we're just getting some technical assistance so we can hear you a bit better. Both of you mentioned risks to not just patients but work health and safety for the clinical staff. Could you provide some more detail or some examples of those risks?
I'm more than happy to try and jump in there. So essentially, exposure to biological hazards can have health impacts, especially from a disease point of view. Anyone who is generally considered a healthy individual should not be a high-risk person. However, continuous exposure to mould can most certainly have mild to moderate symptoms to certain workers and visitors in the hospital.
I know there have been recent statements about the level of risk that the mould posed on the wards that were closed, particularly that comment that there isn't an impact on healthy individuals. But was there any effort made to identify whether staff might be at risk because of their own personal medical history or accommodations made to protect those people?
It is of my understanding that they had to nominate their managers if they were in that fell into that risk category. So
again.
From my understanding, that the commentary has been from that we have to, you are an at-risk patient or a staff member, that you need to notify your manager of that risk, and then we go through work health and safety, looking at the risks, and then manage it the best that we can. But I mean, I can speak to an example. I have a staff member at the moment that has can't be in a mould exposed, have no mould exposure at all. That's her from her GP. So we cannot provide a safe, no mould environment. So that worker can, at this point in time, not come to work. So I think it's very grey, and it depends on you wanting to put what's your issues to your managers. Some people might be going through treatment and don't want people to know that. So it's sort of like you've got to then put out what your issues are to your managers, and or sort of if you don't know, because a lot of people have asthma, and even though this is to my understanding an allergen, so then mould is an allergen, because we don't know. We're not having regular air testing of all areas, so we have some controls in some places but not in all of the hospital. So these things lead to issues where you're not really sure how to manage that.
The committee's already heard evidence through written submissions and the earlier evidence this morning about, really concerning issues with contaminated air, risks to contaminated water. To what extent was that communicated with you as staff, and also in terms of patient safety?
There was originally some comms that came out about the aspergillus and the risk, and when it first occurred, and the same with the water tank contamination. That was from the GM, has a weekly newsletter that goes out to all staff, but the problem was that it's all staff that are employed by Calvary. This has since been rectified, but there's a lot of other, because you can understand the complexities of the workforce there's lots of different contractual people that work there, so not all staff were getting those emails. So then it relied on people telling each other, and Chinese whispers, so somebody gets told a slight bit of information and then that gets exaggerated or not, or people don't find out. So there was a very big problem with communication, which we have advocated very strongly during the Section 81 meetings, and we now do get much better comms, but that has taken nearly close to 12 months for that to occur.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned in your opening statement that there was required building maintenance that had been neglected for years. When did the nurses first become aware of these issues?
I can speak to in my area, so there has some staff say that when the building has leaked since the new wing has opened, but I know from particularly in the last 12 months or more, I can't remember, the date, but it's written in our statement that it started becoming progressively worse and worse and worse. So it was just, we just put absorbent pads near the window and that's enough. And then, and all of the times that we would raise these issues, it would just get very much sort of, don't worry about it, sort of just put the pads there, it'll be right. And then it got more and more involved. We had to then get work health and safety involved, because it was in one of the areas is in our tea room. Staff tea room is the main area for it to be leaking, and then there's a bay in our recovery area that also 2 bays that leak, but one is in one of the main bays that we use in the area. So then that became problematic. So it's been a very challenging space to get anything really done in an efficient and timely manner. And throughout this whole process, it seems that the people managing the building think it's absolutely okay to have plastic on the sheets, on windows, into a garbage bag, into a garbage bin, that's an acceptable thing to have in an operating theatre that is in a completely restricted area that has tight controls on it, and that was an acceptable risk for us to have. So we now have this guttering system up that's even more ridiculous, but it's saving, I guess, plastic being put up every 24 hours. But this has been over 12 months of this going on, and as a manager, we're expected to continually go around and check for leaks. So you have to go in. My manager, I sit in the acting nurse manager role now, but she had to sit and have bomb meetings with the bureau, with partners in to discuss which way the rain was going to come in and at what level, and whether the plastic should go up or down. But then that only worked, they would only be managing that from 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, and then outside of those areas it wasn't managed because they didn't want to pay people to come in and manage it over the weekends and after hours. So then it fell on us having to call the help desk, which is their system that they monitor maintenance issues, to get the cleaners or whoever was on to come up and mop up, or we just got told to put towels down and sort it out ourselves.
Wow. Okay. I just want to make sure I've understood this correctly. The nurses were being asked out of hours to monitor the maintenance issues.
Yeah, if the cleaners weren't available. So if you ring up and go to help desk call and they're not there, but it's pouring into the window, then we would be expected to put because you're not going to let someone slip over, are you, if you've got a pool of water?
There's obviously this very unique and complicated contractual arrangement governing the Mater. What was your process for reporting these issues? Who were you supposed to take them to, and what was supposed to happen?
So the first port of call is to, if you have a maintenance issue, is you have to call the 51s, which is this QFM system, or they call it the help desk. You log a call, and then they decide whether it's, because if it's a quick fix maintenance that's in their contract, whether it's a minor change or a variation of contract, and then that all decides on how long this problem takes and who it has to go to.
Sorry, and who's they doing this triage?
This is I think MediRest run the help, run the help desk. And then Honeywell are the contractors, if depending on what it is, because if it's a hard or soft surface, it's all, or if it's a cleaning, anything to do with cleaning, it's MediRest. If it's anything to do with building structures, it's Honeywell. So it becomes very convoluted. So then you get a number, which you didn't always get. That's only a recent thing. You get your QFM number, and then that job gets logged. But what would happen is you'd log a job. If you didn't pay attention, like if it wasn't, sometimes if it was urgent, they would come up straight away, but you would log a job, it would take ages, you wouldn't know whether it's been done or not, and then you just get an email saying this job is now being closed, but you would have no idea what job got closed because there was no notification, it was just the number. So that SafeWork did end up putting a pin on that notice onto that, and now we do get an email with what the actual QFM number refers to, but there is still the ability to close that QFM without us if they think they've done the job, but we don't feel like it's been satisfactorily done, so they can still close a QFM.
Sorry, just for the benefit of the hearing, the transcript, QFM stands for?
It's in here, sorry, I have to find the... stands for.
Sorry, it'll be easy. The average person reading it.
It's just a type of, it's a facility management software. Okay, so it's a QFM event. It's how we report our maintenance. So
That's
I don't understand. I don't know what the QFM acronym stands for, but it's just a maintenance system. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
May I clarify who closes?
Whoever, I don't know, to be honest, who actually ends up closing it. I think it depends on what job it is. So if it's a cleaning job, I assume it would be MediRest close it. If it's a building structural thing, that it would be Honeywell that manages that.
I asked a previous witness the same question. There's obviously a huge number of ongoing concerns, both for patient safety and staff safety. Your submissions have been extremely comprehensive. What are the urgent issues that you think need to be addressed to give you the confidence to go back to work and deliver care?
The main building issues, the water ingress into our department and into the all down the south wall and the east wall. So theatres, day treatment. The mould is probably the single biggest one, which is everywhere now, and every day there is another area that is being contaminated by mould, whether it be surface mould. We're not getting they're not testing regularly. There has been work through the Section 81 meeting to get a mould remediation plan in place, but this has taken 12 months, and it's only actioning things like it's an interim control. It's not a fixed problem control, so we're still waiting for the independent building inspectors to come in and look at the whole system and tell us what is actually the problem and how bad to the extent that the issues are. But their initial decision was if there's mould in one area, we can assume, or several areas, which when the original was, it was 3 different wards. If the mould is there, it's in the whole hospital, but yet that hasn't been treated. The interim controls haven't been placed throughout the whole hospital. We've had to advocate time and time again for that to happen. And in our submission, it's things like we were told in theatres that we didn't need to have portable filters because there was HEPA filters throughout the whole theatre, which is not true. So there's only HEPA filtration in our theatres, the actual theatres, Theatre 1, 2 and 3, and our sterile stock room. So then that took, I don't know, 2 or 3 meetings for that information to come to light. There is also the issue in ICU where they assumed they were the group that there was HEPA filtration in all 6 units of the ICU, and then it found out that there was actually only in 2 of the rooms. So we're working on models of care where we think that we've got HEPA filtration in all areas when we actually don't. There's still issues. I'm still under the understanding that they don't know, because of during COVID, whether the rooms are positive or negative pressured in the ICU. I'm still not sure if that's actually been resolved, whether they know which sort of type of airflow that is in those 2 HEPA filtered rooms. And this is the kind of stuff that is really shocking, that how can we manage a facility and work in a place when we don't even know key things about it? Absolutely. And then when you try to find the information, you get, what do they use? What's the thing that they say to you? I'll take it on notice. So Honeywell or Novacare, whoever represents at this, I'm speaking at the Section 81, will say, we'll have to take that on notice, or it's commercially confidential information.
And just for the benefit of everyone who's listening, the issue with positive and negative pressure rooms, why does that matter, or what sort of patients would you look after where that's important?
So that's important for your haematology patient, anyone with immunocompromised, or depending on respiratory disease, because you want positive pressure if you're immunocompromised, and is this the right way around? And negative pressure if you're, I feel like it's the other way around. So I don't want to be the one to say this. Yes, but it's for infection prevention and for our vulnerable patients. So that's the main thing that you need to remember. And when you don't know which way around it is, you can't put the correct cohort of patients in there, and you expose them to risk.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Chair. The Section 81 meetings that you're referring to, could you just briefly describe to the committee what those have involved?
That is,
and why they've occurred?
So as a union, nurses union, we put a motion asking for information about the level of mould and what the management of it was, and we weren't getting the information. Because Calvary Executive they have no control over the maintenance, they couldn't give us the information, and it wasn't forthcoming from the parties that could give that information. So then we had put a complaint into Safe Work about it, and basically we were recommended that this was a way to go about it with the recommendation from the Work Health and Safety of the union. So then it's basically all parties involved in the PPP are at that table.
So it's under the Work Health and Safety Act.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, I should have declared at the outset, just for the record. I'm obviously a member of the Nurses and Midwives Association. In terms of the water ingress that you described earlier in your remarks, that's been a consistent theme throughout submissions to the inquiry. But concerningly, one of the things that a number of the submissions have said, and I just wanted to check whether this was your evidence as well, is that the building has leaked since it was built, since it was first. The southern facade in particular has leaked since day one.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. And that's still the case?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to check, earlier in your evidence you mentioned one of the responsibilities of management was to attend meetings with the BOM. I'm just checking the Bureau of Meteorology.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, to check the weather reports.
That's correct, yes. Right. That was a weekly meeting.
Right, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
In terms of the aspergillus, what steps were taken after that was detected, in particular on the oncology wards, or haematology wards if you like, to protect patients and staff while remediation was planned?
Do you want to,
So just my observations. Communication was provided by email to members of staff. My understanding is that there was monitoring of levels of mould and there was some HEPA or air filters placed. That's my understanding of what occurred. I wasn't in any specific planning meetings or discussion groups around the steps taken.
Thanks. Did you have anything to add?
I think just at the outset, it was more the HEPA filters were sort of placed. There was a lot of sort of just things just appeared, and there wasn't a lot of communication about what that was for, and what we're still trying to get to is that what were the air level testing, like the general. If you're not part of the Section 81 meeting, we very much were asking from the outset for the air testing results. Which we still haven't got super clarity around. We got a heat map, but that wasn't given to the general public. And because the report is very comprehensive and hard to understand and interpret, that has been one of the reasons why this information hasn't been given to staff. But what we have been asking for nearly 12 months is a reportable air sampling that shows and gives reasonable reassurance to staff that this is okay. So I think that's been one of the major concerns.
Thank you.
I'll just add on Camilla's note. So of concern was that workers were notified that Aspergillus had been detected in 3 or 4 areas throughout the hospital. Following the commencement of Section 81 meetings, so issue resolution meetings, the hospital management had announced that they were considering the entire facility to be affected by Aspergillus. However, reports from members were indicating that these portable HEPA filters were popping up sporadically in particular areas and were not being provided any clarity around why certain areas were getting them and other areas were not, when repeatedly we were hearing the entire hospital is being treated as affected. In addition to that, staff knew that there was Aspergillus detected but were not aware of what the levels were, and so they're being told that they're safe levels. However, fear starts to grow when people can't see what the actual spore count was.
Can I ask, Mr. Bozzi, your evidence, you said that your experience of private-public partnerships is pretty much that it's been an abject failure, and I think what you were basically saying is that because of the ability to outsource responsibility, because everything's contracted out to various bits and pieces and no one seems to want to take responsibility, do you want to just outline that a bit more in terms of why you think it would be better off all brought back into public hands?
Absolutely. What we've seen from the start of this process has been confusion, internal and external. As external parties, we've been trying to follow the line to see where the remit of responsibility lay with each individual party, and that was just not clear from the beginning. But what we started to see as we commenced Section 81 meetings with the necessary parties was that even those internal representatives did not seem to be clear on who had what responsibility, and we were seeing these processes, whilst they were civil in how communication was occurring, we were going around in circles, action items were not being completed, and we were talking about the same agenda items time and time again. Had the entire hospital been subject to one PCBU being a state PCBU, we would not have had those issues. Responsibility would have been clear, and people would have had the correct delegated authority to take the necessary action to address these issues in a far quicker manner.
And what would you say if I were playing devil's advocate for the PPP model to someone who would say, yeah, but it's just so much cheaper to do it that way?
Well, I think cheap at the cost of lives is my response.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for your submissions and your evidence so far. I just want to go back to some of the questions around, I think we're talking about HEPA filters, but I note in the submission from the nurses and midwives, you talk a little bit about air sampling happening in certain areas as well, but that it wasn't undertaken in areas where you had critically ill patients. Is there any more you could sort of add to that, and I guess how that ties into where potentially these air filters were sort of cropping up? Like, was there any kind of advice around the air sampling not being undertaken?
I'm happy for the worker representatives to add to my answer,
Sure.
but essentially none of this was clear.
Okay.
There was no real rationale given for why portable HEPA filters were placed in some areas and not others. This was the issue with these Section 81 meetings. We weren't getting clear answers.
Yeah.
As a delegated authority party representing a PCBU at those meetings,
Yep.
you would expect those representatives to be able to answer simple questions such as why are HEPA filters in some areas and not others, and those sorts of questions were being taken on notice.
Yeah.
That was really concerning.
Yeah, and again, I'm happy for yourself or Ms. Smith to answer, but I guess the normal process would be you would expect those filters to be in areas where there had been sampling undertaken, so that then it was at least there for a purpose as opposed to randomly being placed around. But there was no understanding.
No, there
that.
was. So they were placed in the place, so where they had the first results where the mould had been detected,
Yeah.
that was where they were put.
Okay.
But then they stopped sampling, so they just sampled those areas and they found positive results, but they then just assumed that if it was in that area, that was a decision making. We're stopping testing and we're just going to assume the whole hospital is now has mould in it. But those interim controls weren't placed throughout the whole hospital, so they said on one hand it's everywhere, but we're not going to put it everywhere. So then we've had to systematically go around and say, well, no, this is what I was talking about with the theatres, because they said we don't need it because we have HEPA filtration throughout the area, even though we have one of the worst water ingresses, that we didn't need it, but then we actually did need it. So it's like uncovering, like it's like you have to it takes months to uncover the information, and like Ashley said, you go to these meetings expecting people to come with all of the information and they don't have it, or it's embedded in, that's in the work health and safety, we give that information in that report, or we give that information to this person. It's not, there's no one place where you can go and say this is where you go to find out all of the information, this is who should be responsible for that, this is who should be responsible for this. There's none of that. That's very unclear and still is very unclear.
And then I guess my next sort of line of questioning, probably to all of you, but more Ms. Smith and Dr. Rankin, around staff morale and how people are feeling at the hospital. Obviously, a note in the submission from you, Dr. Rankin, there's some really good sort of quotes or insights from existing staff, de-identified as appropriate, but reading through your submission, having people talk about the concerns about losing talented staff, finding out about things through reports in the media. From your perspective, how are staff coping, and how do you think the morale is overall? And I would like both of you to answer that if you're happy to.
Yeah, it's been a significant impact on staff. Speaking to haematology specifically, we've had to relocate 2 of our wards within a short space of time, which adds to increased pressures on staff and stress. And we continue to do our jobs and everyone continues to work hard, but particularly the relocations that have occurred has had an impact on haematology staff.
Yeah. Ms. Smith?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, sure.
To Dr. Rankin, transferring of patients from a haematology or oncology ward to another hospital, is that without clinical risk, or could that impact patients as well?
So the transfer of patients from our inpatient ward that was affected, the patients were transferred to a different inpatient ward within the Mater Hospital. Some patients, not all patients went to the same ward, some went to outlier wards. That was the nature of the relocation. The haematology day ward was also relocated to a different area.
Okay, but my understanding was some patients had to receive their care elsewhere, or was that outpatients?
So some general medicine patients were transferred to different hospitals to accommodate the relocation of the haematology patients to a general medical ward.
Yeah, and then I guess to you, if you're happy, Ms. Smith, like how are your colleagues? How have you seen the impact on them and on patients in a way that you're willing to share with the committee?
It's been very challenging. I mean, like I said, we've not only got all of the water ingress issues in our department, We've also been the main place where people have been transported to when other wards have been closed. And I know most people don't work in hospitals, but I mean perioperative, each area of nursing is very specialised. Like there's absolutely no way I could go and be a haematology nurse. It's a completely special set of skill sets, as is perioperative, and so there's been lots of stress around having to do work outside scope of practice, and just the having to manage a ward within a theatre environment and how that flow is impacted. It has stopped theatres a couple of times where we've had to cancel patients that are predominantly there for cancer surgery because of the impact of the closures of the wards have happened, and that's obviously very stressful for people as well. When you've got to be the person that has to call up somebody and cancel them because they can't have their cancer surgery, that is impactful for you. It's the ongoing not knowing when it's going to be fixed is the stress about it, and it feels like you time and time again you're doing the best that you can, and every single person is absolutely doing the best that they can in the conditions, but it's not sustainable and it shouldn't be. And this is the problem, is what we just are trying to address, is that these interim controls are seen as permanent controls, and it seems that the people that are in the maintenance side of things think that it's acceptable, that should just be okay for us to work in, and it's not at all. And it just doesn't, like, I was thinking about this. If you're driving down the street and you see a car with the plastic on their window, you don't go, oh, that looks like a safe car, do you? So it's like, you're the same in the hospital. If you go into a hospital and you've got a zipped up section of a ward in plastic, like Stranger Things, you're not going to go, oh, am I safe here? Or you're being wheeled down the corridor to have an operation and you see plastic being funneled into a garbage bag, you're not going to go, oh, I feel safe. And so we're turning up to that every single day, and that is challenging.
Thank you for that, and to you and your colleagues for all the amazing work you're doing under really hard circumstances. We certainly noted as a committee, and we're grateful for you for being here.
Absolutely, I second that. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all very much for coming along today. Sort of, as a member of the committee, trying to come to terms with the nature of the contractual arrangement that sits over the operation of.
Confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's challenging. I have to say the least. But. And I'm not, and to be clear, I'm not running an argument for defending public-private partnerships, but I'm just trying to understand. Obviously, there are hospitals, like private hospitals, where the Nurses Union and ASMOF have members. And those hospitals run without the problems that we seem to have manifested here at Calvary. There can be cases of breakouts of things from time to time, but have to say, on the evidence that's come to this inquiry, there are some manifest issues, if I could use that phrase, and manifest issues that have been here for what appears to be a period of time. But there seems to be this gap that exists with this particular arrangement, and I call it a particular arrangement because it's the best phrase I can use. That you've got the patient care, if we could use that as the generic phrase, conducted and run by Calvary. And then there is this, dare I say, gap with everything else that seems to be needed and is needed to make a modern first-class hospital run to the standard which is acceptable in New South Wales, and indeed as a standard that we all would aspire to, I presume, wherever we live in Australia. This gap thing is, of course, the gap thing, it's really been exercising my mind that how did it sort of get there in the first place? Because, and I accept you may not have the answer and you might need to take it on notice, but this gap thing seems to be a real big problem here, because there appears to be some ways and means in which the Calvary, that's responsible for the clinical running of the hospital, would have heard about, could have heard about, should have heard about things that are going on. But there's a gap. And what I don't understand is why that gap's there.
I can jump in on the, gap comment. Whilst we're not privy to the details of the contractual arrangements, what I do know from available resources is that Calvary are not party to the PPP.
No, they're not. That's
and
clearly
so
the case, yeah.
What is essentially happening in layman's terms is Calvary are like a tenant, and the PPP, the parties to the PPP are like a landlord.
Right.
And that's why there is a gap.
Yeah.
And
Which is a ridiculous gap if you think about it, that the people that manage the staff and the patients have no sway over the building and maintenance issues that create patient safety risk. So how can we sit here and say that a PPP set up that way is acceptable?
It's almost like it's designed
to fail.
Designed to avoid responsibility.
Well, absolutely, and this is the problem. And you've got. I'm going to stop, but yeah, there is. It's very challenging, and this has been the problem throughout it. Is that you've got people, the Calvary, that are trying to do the best they can with their patients and safe staff, but yet have no powers to influence or change what's happening with the maintenance of the building. So you have then HAC and Novacare going to and fro arguing about contractual responsibilities and get caught up in loopholes about whose responsibility it is. And this is what we've said in the outset, is that there has to be at some point someone says, you know what, you're paying. You're doing this. Done.
Could I ask a follow-up question? Because I think it's an example that is relevant. In the association's written submission, you mentioned the Aspergillus cluster at RPA in Sydney, and that response was quite different under a directly publicly managed hospital. Could you speak to that experience? What was different about the response to the RPA mould problem compared to here?
Yeah, look, I think just observationally, it was the sheer time it took to get the issues addressed. And, we're talking about deaths that happened towards the end of last year, and the issues are being remediated now. At the Calvary Mater, it has taken 11 months to get to the point where permanent remedial works has finally started. And I think just going back to the complexity of the contractual arrangements, it's not only a confusion around the remit of responsibility. We're looking at a private company, Novacare, that has been aware of their responsibility for some time, but they're extremely slow and they're not thorough in how they're tackling these issues. So what was happening was, in every monthly Section 81 meeting, action items were still open because Novacare were just taking their sweet time. They kept taking things on notice. Half jobs were being done. So there was some clarity around who had what responsibility, but the trust in their ability to do it properly started to disappear.
Thanks. Mrs. Savell?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back, if I can, to an earlier question asked by my colleague, which I think, Mr. Bosey, you answered. But I was very curious to get your take, Ms. Smith. It's a shame Hansard can't pick up quite visceral reactions, but I think the question was around the cost, if you like. I just wondered if you had any thoughts or a contribution to make with that.
Of
the PPP. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I've said it in media that money should not become before people. And this is exactly what's happened here. Profits before people. And it happens again and again. Even the cost of what they charge to do basic work is nearly double what it would cost if you just employed a person. So it's like all of these things that make it expensive, and Calvary end up having to, from my understanding, they don't get any maintenance funding. So if they then have to pay for this because it's a variation of contract, so then they're paying money into that should be for patients into maintenance.
Can you give us an example of that? You talk about the overinflated cost given you, because there's no competition, obviously, if you've got to under a contract.
Well, we had lights being fixed in our theatre. It just rewiring of one row of lights.
Fluoros,
over $2,500.
Geez, I should go back to being an electrician.
This
Yeah.
bloke's electrician.
Yeah, yeah.
That's absurd.
And then
Wow.
they still didn't even do the job correctly, even though I spoke to them 3 times and told them the sequence of what lighting I wanted. They still got it wrong and now have to come back again and fix it.
Lighting's pretty important in theatres,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, and this is in our day-stay area where the patients are, because it's simply that you have a whole row of lights that come on and they're just like searchlights onto the patient, so they're sitting there in a room with one TV and the lights beaming down, so it's either bright, everything on, or darkness. So we just wanted to try and make it the best we could for the patients, but we couldn't even get that right.
Thank you. We are out of time for this session, but if there are supplementary questions from committee members, the Secretariat will be in touch with you for those. Thank you so much again for the time you've taken to give evidence on behalf of your members. We acknowledge that you're very busy with your own clinical work, and having to do all of this advocacy on infrastructure issues wasn't what you signed up for, but it's very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Representing the Health Services Union, could you please start by each stating your name and position title and take either the oath or the affirmation, and we might start on my left.
I'm Mark McKenna. I work with the physio department as an AHA. And I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly swear and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Christine Hudson, I'm a radiation therapist and the sub-branch secretary for the HSU at the Calvary Mater. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And Laura O'Connor, Research Officer for the Health Services Union, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement? Go ahead.
First, I'd like to thank the Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity for us to appear today. So for some background, prior to my current role, I actually worked at Calvary Mater for over a decade. And something that I feel I can personally speak to is the pride, the care and the dedication that every single worker across professions has at that hospital in caring for their patients in their community. HSU represents members at the hospital who are managed by Calvary, Hunter New England, MediRest and Honeywell. They work in catering, cleaning, security, allied health, pathology, admin and many more areas across the hospital. In speaking with members recently, it was so disheartening to hear the distress and the powerlessness that they felt at not being able to keep their community safe when they came into hospital. The frustration they have in how long these issues have been going on for, and the fear and the intimidation they've experienced from management in trying to speak up and improve conditions at the hospital. Many of our members report that these issues with Novacare's management are not new, but have been going back for at least a decade. The issue here is not that maintenance issues have arisen at the hospital. That's always going to happen. The issue is the lack of timely response, the blame shifting, and the culture that is permitted to exist within the management of Novacare. I want to give recognition to Christine and Mark here, who are our HSU sub-branch representatives. Between them have 70 years of experience of working at the Calvary Mater. And to the other workers giving evidence on and off the record throughout the course of the day. It's only through their actions that these issues have come to light, that the culture of cover-up and fear has been disrupted, and that remediation works have finally commenced at the hospital. But it should never have needed for trade unions and whistleblowers to be the ones who ultimately ensured that safety and regulatory standards were upheld. It is a demonstration of near complete failure of governance under the PPP contract. The PPP structures are promoted as mechanisms for risk transfer. However, what we have frequently seen is ultimately that risk remains with the government. Governments lose significant funds having to buy incurred failures and debt, and ultimately the public sector becomes the insurer of last resort. We have seen this pattern across PPPs in health for many years now. It was just 6 months ago we went through a similar parliamentary inquiry for the Northern Beaches Hospital PPP arrangement. Now we're here with issues with the Calvary Mater PPP arrangement, and there's a very real possibility we could be back here in 6 months' time with issues around another PPP arrangement in the state health system if we don't actively put in place appropriate accountability and governance arrangements for these remaining contracts. So in our submission, we have called for the government to pursue recovery of costs that's incurred through this intervention so far, a review of the contract compliance with an investigation into the 2023 briefing and the current independent building assessments, greater accountability and oversight for the PPP contracts, protected escalation pathways for staff, and a review of the conduct of Honeywell, Medirest and Novacare management with protections for staff who have already spoken out and suffered for it.
Thank you. My name's Christine Hudson. I have worked at the hospital for 33 years as a radiation therapist. And that's why this feels like home to me. It's where my friends are. And in fact, it's where my brother works as well, so I have family invested in this. I want to be clear, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a building engineer, I'm not a contract specialist. I am a radiation therapist and I am a union delegate. The fact that it fell to us alongside our New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association delegates to force accountability of the PPP proves governance failures at the heart of this crisis. It's correct, air testing began in April 2025 following photographic evidence of mould being delivered to the Calvary General Manager, and the results confirmed contamination beyond surface level. By May, mould had been identified across wards, including my own Department of Radiation Oncology. At that point, testing ceased. Interim measures were implemented for patient areas, and the question of whether mould was being distributed through the HVAC system raised at every single Section 81 meeting we attended. It was never directly and definitively answered or communicated to staff on campus. A 15-year mould management plan exists under Novacare's control. The facility reached a point of Aspergillus fumigatus contamination without that plan triggering escalation. Either the plan is inadequate, is not being followed, or the results have been withheld. Each of these offers financial benefit to Novacare and Honeywell by avoiding the cost of remediation. The haematology ward, as we have spoken about earlier, Ward 5D, was operating without HEPA filtration in the permanent HVAC system. Our haematology patients, as we know, are immunocompromised people in this hospital and in every hospital. 5D is currently vacant. When delegates asked about the HVAC system and maintenance and about Australian Standards 3666 compliance, Honeywell's reply was that Honeywell is responsible for maintaining the facility to the specifications and standards applicable at the time of construction. The Australian Standards 3666 was updated in 2011. I asked this committee to investigate whether Novacare and Honeywell are meeting their obligations under the current public health standards. We came to every Section 81 meeting prepared, in good faith, and asking for information that is not commercially sensitive. It is basic safety information. We asked for remediation project plans and with confirmed timeframes. We asked for air testing results. We asked for HVAC maintenance schedules, for HEPA filtration registers and adequate staffing. We were met month after month with procedural deferral. At the 5th meeting, we identified that the Novacare representative held only reporting authority, not decision-making authority in this Section 81 meeting. The Honeywell facility director and facility manager, the people with direct operational knowledge of this building, were not on the Section 81 invitee list. And I note the Honeywell facility director is listed to attend today. In August 2025, members raised concerns about a water tank supplying the facility. Their concerns were that it was structurally damaged and potentially contaminated and that it was in urgent need of replacement. Maintenance staff had attempted to raise this issue with Honeywell and Novacare for a long period of time and with the Calvary General Manager with photographic evidence. These staff who raised these concerns were warned off or ignored by their Novacare and Honeywell managers. Once we found out about this from the HSU delegate and the committee members, we requested an urgent meeting with the Calvary Acting General Manager. She responded promptly but attended believing the tank was disconnected from the hospital supply. 2 days later, confirmation that the tank had been supplying the hospital. It was only just disconnected once delegates had escalated this. HAC and Calvary had been told it was a reserve tank not in use. Novacare and Honeywell had known the truth. Our cleaning staff, managed by MediRest, have borne the huge burden of this crisis. When mould contaminated areas were identified, they have been directed to clean them, in addition to their existing workload. Staff have been working up to 96 hours in a fortnight. Novacare and Honeywell have treated them as their private, free cleaning service, mopping up the consequences of years of maintenance inaction. Yesterday, with the New South Wales Health Minister and the New South Wales Health Secretary present, we received a commitment from New South Wales Health to assist in addressing the cleaning burden. We do not yet know what form that will take. We await anxiously as a result and look forward to a result that has a meaningful impact in reducing the burden and distress on our cleaners and meets the facility environmental needs. A hospital cannot function without a clean environment. The people who provide that environment should not be treated as the lowest priority. The PPP structure is where accountability goes to die. The fundamental problem at Calvary Mater Newcastle is that responsibility has been distributed across the parties in a way that ensures no single party has full visibility or accountability. When something goes wrong, the structure creates conditions where every party can point to another, and we see that consistently and constantly inside of these Section 81 meetings. This PPP was designed to transfer risk from New South Wales Health to private companies, but that risk was never truly transferred. Because when those companies fail, it is still the government that must intervene, still patients who suffer, still public dollars spent on remediation, and still workers who fill the gap. What we are examining today is the predictable result of a structure where minimising expenditure on maintenance and prevention is financially rewarded and where the cost of concealing problems is lower than the cost of fixing them. I ask this committee to investigate fully and keep investigating. I ask that no further public dollars go to those in this PPP who have failed to serve this community. And I ask this committee to find a clear pathway to returning the management of facility services at Calvary Mater to public hands. Our community deserves to access healthcare, especially oncology services, without weighing the risk of entering an unsafe environment against their clinical need. I hold serious concerns that patients have been harmed, if not directly, then because they stayed away from the facility they no longer trusted. The HSU sub-branch has participated in this process in good faith throughout. We have documented everything, we have attended every meeting, and we have voiced reasonable requests. We have escalated through every channel available to us, and we are here today because those channels were not enough. I am grateful for this inquiry, I'm grateful this committee exists, and I am prepared to answer any questions the committee has. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very compelling opening statement. Oh, my apologies.
That's all right.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to touch a bit further on the morale of the hospital and the impact. basically the morale of the staff in the hospital has been the lowest I've seen it in like 35 plus years of work there. The impact of what has happened the impact of what has happened and what is continuing to happen has been immense and is taking a significant toll on pretty much everyone at the hospital. Anxiety levels are extremely high surrounding potential health impacts around the drinking water and what was potentially contaminated water, and also the mould. The mould, as you can imagine, is a source of great angst. It has been going on for what seems an eternity with no end in sight. The staff are quite fearful of the potential impact of what this may have on them, and especially a long-term effect of prolonged exposure to the Aspergillus. And also, I've had reports of staff having been verbally abused on public transport whilst being in their work clothes, and shops, wearing their uniforms in shops as well, by the public. The cleaning staff are copying a barrage of horrid comments on social media posts regarding the hospital, and this situation is through no fault of their own. There is now a sense of shame, embarrassment of staff associated with the Mater, a hospital that was once the pride of the town and known for its proud and compassionate staff, has been tarnished through the incompetence of the people in charge of this PPP. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for having cut you off, Mr. McKenna. I wanted to ask a clarifying question to both of you about this question of the cleaning. I think, Ms. Hudson, in your opening statement, am I correct in understanding that there's been this mould crisis and there's been no additional resourcing allocated to support the cleaners?
So we've been asking all the way through the Section 81 meetings for support of the cleaners. They have their own job. A hospital already needs cleaning. It already needs to be cleaned to a particular standard, which is determined by New South Wales Health. And when an area becomes notified as being mould, and an example would be like radiation oncology. So recently we had 12 rooms in radiation oncology, and they're not small rooms, some of them are as big as this room. We have all our bunkers as well, so where our linear accelerators are. The waiting areas, offices, they all just lit up. So, and only with, I might add, with strip testing, which is the bare minimum that can be done, and is the bare minimum that Honeywell does, and Novacare do. And so weekend comes along, or even days come along, we have to move everything out of those spaces, and the cleaners have to come in and do that work overnight. So it's a reactive clean. Some of the problems we have around this PPP, and I might be incorrect in assuming this, because as you know, you can't get the contract as such, you can only get a summary of it, and it's like 80 something pages long. But what seems to be the problem is that preventative measures of cleaning have kind of fallen to the wayside, because everything has, if a fall in standard occurs, then a time stamp occurs, and they have a particular amount of time to come back and get that work completed inside of it. That just gets loaded onto our reactive teams, and our reactive teams are already there to try and clean areas when a patient is leaving the facility. So they're trying to do this work on top of everything. We've been asking over and over for outside contractors to come in and take over that load, and on only one occasion do we know that actually now two, there was another one last week, and that was when there was mould that turned up in their auxiliary volunteers storage space that was identified at Christmas time. And there was mould absolutely everywhere, and they were sent there to go and clean it, and it was only because of member notification to a delegate, myself, that we were able to hold that, because that would have put them in a difficult position, because they would have been in a very small space with a lot of mould. And then they sealed that area off, and they brought in contract cleaners over a weekend.
I mean, it sounds like the cleaners have been set up to fail. Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely. They don't have enough staff. You know, at times they can have 5 staff call in sick, and they don't have cover for that. So an example of some of the issues with this is that you might have someone who might be a cleaner of a particular space within the hospital, so it might be in radiation oncology. But because several other staff members have called in sick, instead of getting casuals in or anything like that. Those areas still have to be cleaned, but they only get cleaned enough that can be done inside that time. So that person might then have 3 spaces to do, which means only that area can only get cleaned to a third of the effort that would normally be done, or a third of it, the quality that would normally be done. So you might have 3 areas that get a third cleaned, but you don't get the whole of each area cleaned because you've only got one person who's doing a 8-hour shift. So that's just compiled, and then of course that means that the standards start to drop as well. But that's only notifiable once it starts to go inside the system again. So.
And you talked about the huge amount of work that your delegates have had to do through those Section 81 meetings. How far back does that go? When did the union first become involved in this?
Yeah, fortunately, we have a really good relationship with the Nurses and Midwives Association delegates at our hospital, and they invited us along to the Section 81 meetings. Initially, radiation oncology is where 2 of us work in, so we had quite a few conversations about what we were going to do to try and facilitate an outcome that was beneficial for our patients and for our staff. That's how it started. Yeah.
And approximately how long ago was that?
We started those in July last year. Yeah.
Can I add to that, though? Obviously, we've heard a few times today that those Section 81s have actually been very unproductive. Some may dare say a little bit of a waste of time with the way the ring around they've got. Honestly, the only real progress on the maintenance that we've got at this hospital is to give credit where credit's due. When the Health Minister stepped in, and also the Secretary for New South Wales Health, we met with them yesterday as well. The ministry are taking on responsibilities that are not their own under this contract, and they're taking on that remediation work. And they've given us a commitment as well to also bring in contract cleaners because they know that that's not being addressed either. But, we know under this contract it's not their responsibility, they shouldn't have to, but that's the only progress we've made on this hospital.
When you look back at the PPP, you can go back to almost the first page of the summary document, and it talks about the amount of money that was saved by going down this path of a private arrangement. And it says that it was a saving of 2%. There is no way that 2% is still there, right? There is many, many millions of dollars of abatements that are also associated with this that have occurred by Novacare, Medirest and Honeywell not meeting the expectations that are set out in the contract. So there's already a lot of loss there already. We can't afford to keep this PPP for even financial reasons. It's not a beneficial to anyone.
So if to that point, right, because I think this is a really important point, leaving aside all the human fallout, which is the most important, death, disease, psychological damage, which we've heard here on evidence today, if you were to do a pure economic analysis, I mean a proper one, not a balance sheet one, a real economic cost, that is, of these things that you're saying, where in the long run, if you have to remediate, repair, do structural change, what is the overall cost? You've got no doubt that it would show that going back into public hands is much cheaper.
It's a much cheaper option. It also, I think that the standards that are set by New South Wales Health, you've got a top-down governance structure where if one person emails another person, they have to respond. It's in the system. They can't avoid accountability. They can't just get rid of the email. They can't get rid of the piece of paper. So there's accountability there. Look, I'm not saying New South Wales Health is the epitome of hospital management, but what I'm saying is that there is structure there that is not diverted when responsibility comes along. And I think also one of the things that we haven't taken into account from this is the impact that this is having on the staff. And absolutely it's having a massive impact on patients coming in and out of our facility. But we've also got a lot of staff who will, during the whole of this remediation, will still be working in this mould environment. And we have no quantifiable knowledge about where it is and what kind of levels it is. We're going into a winter season. We're going to have staff who will have some form of residual respiratory disease once they've contracted it from their small children. That's going to then they're going to come into a facility that's got mould in it. We don't know how much that is. Those HEPA portable HEPA filters aren't going into staff areas, they're going into patient areas. I walked into an area yesterday that's almost underground, and I think you know the space, it's the end of the old Jackie Clegg Library. It's almost underground, this space, and there's no HEPA filter in there, and we already know that there was mould in that 10, 15 years ago. So it's not, there's no...
Sorry, and what's that space used for?
That's for clerical use. Okay. Yeah, clerical staff are in that space. So we've got those areas. We don't have enough information coming out of Honeywell and Novacare to know where these hotspots are for us to even check to make sure that we've got HEPA filters in those spaces. So there is very likely going to be an increase in a financial cost to New South Wales Health from staff not being able to do their job.
If I could add to the economics of the PPP, as Christine cited, the contract did cite that it was a 2% saving, so that averages out over $300,000 a year is what the government saved under this PPP contract compared to a normal public procurement. The issue is the way these contracts are written and how delicately you do have to approach them. And we saw that with Northern Beaches, because there is the very real risk that if the government is forced to buy it back, these companies can actually profit off their negligence, and it's significant funds to buy these contracts back. As we know, there's multiple provisions in the contract, and I think all of them need to be reviewed and the economics of them reviewed.
Are you saying there's a financial incentive to actually fail for them sometimes, or there's no downside really of failing?
If they have not been found technically in default of the contract, depending on how the contract has been written, then yes, the government incurs a significant cost, and there is a financial incentive for them to be bought out by the government.
Sorry,
you go first.
Thanks, Em.
Yep.
This is just a pretty simple question, but in your submission, there's some really powerful sort of quotes from, I'm assuming, some of your members, and some graphs and statistics around how people feel these issues have been managed. Is that, and I might have missed it, but can you just talk me through sort of how members were surveyed and how you got that information for the submission? Because it's really good evidence. I'm just wanting to know the process for that.
Yeah, of course. So obviously we interviewed our sub-branch members. We got an idea of what the issues were at the hospital, but we sent a wider questionnaire to all of our members at the hospital, those who are managed by Calvary, Hunter New England, MediRest, Honeywell, because we know that they all intersect at that hospital. We gave them chances of open-ended questions, and also, as you saw, some statistical questions. And the open-ended were the most powerful, as you can see, some of those quotes that came out of it. And from that, we interviewed some of those members further for further detail about what they've expressed in the survey.
Thank you. It's just good to have that on the record, because it's very good, the submission. I also just wanted to ask about one of the recommendations that you make is around having a protected statewide escalation pathway for workers to report unsafe conditions. And to Ms Hudson and Mr McKenna, thank you for sharing so openly with us today. And I think that sort of opens up a broader issue of how can staff report this and feel that it's not sort of falling on deaf ears, and particularly with the complexity of this PPP, it feels like there's a lot of chiefs, but no one's sort of in charge in a sense. So I just wondered if you could talk me through that particular recommendation a little bit more, and why you think something like that is necessary.
Yes, certainly. So a lot of our members, as you've seen in there, they didn't feel safe in escalating. Anytime they did escalate, they were threatened with disciplinary action. We've had members who logged a job, the job was closed, they didn't think that the job was done to the right standard, so they even went so far as to lodge an IMS, so an incident report. Then they got disciplinary action from lodging the IMS as a safety risk. So when that's coming from the top management, who else do they go to at that hospital? Our members have no other choice except obviously to turn to their union.
Yeah.
I saw in the paper today that Honeywell says that they take bullying allegations seriously and they address them, but how are they meant to do that when they don't know what's happening at that hospital? If they took it seriously, they would be engaging with us right now after the allegations that we've made, and they'll be investigating it instead of just denying it. So this is not the only hospital that we've had these issues at, especially around these PPP contracts where they kind of govern themselves. So it's evident that we actually need another escalation pathway, whether it's direct to the LHD or to another statewide body, so these members can feel safe in their positions in escalating these issues.
Can I just ask a follow-up? I'm happy to come back to you, Mrs. Mitchell. Which are the other hospitals where you've had this kind of problem?
So we obviously had issues at Northern Beaches Hospital. That's been addressed in a previous parliamentary inquiry, but we currently have some significant ongoing issues at Orange and Bathurst Hospital as well with their PPP arrangement with Downer.
Thank you. We obviously don't have the right witnesses today to go into those issues, but it's helpful to put on the record. Thank you. Sorry, back to you, Mrs.
I'm conscious of time. You go.
No, that's fine. Go
No,
ahead.
that's fine. No,
Can I ask a clarify?
Yes.
With the previous evidence, you mentioned disciplinary action. Oh, sorry, and just at the outset, I'm a member of the Health Services Union, just to clarify. You mentioned at the outset disciplinary action in response to delegates putting in IMS, incident management reports. Who was that disciplinary action by?
So it seems to be a common theme. So many members have told me this story from across the hospital, so it's not just coming from one group. And the common theme is that it is coming from Honeywell and Medirest managers and their direct line managers.
Okay, thank
and
you.
Novacare managers, sorry, as well.
We had witnesses earlier today describe putting in incident reports and having them adjusted or falsified or just shut, which I think you referred to. Is that the case? And have you experienced that as well?
I haven't experienced that myself. The only thing I can say to that, to the incident reports, is that recently we've changed some of our processes. So normally we would put a QFM in to address an issue. We are also putting an IMS in so that Calvary has sight of that. Because they don't have sight of what QFMs are. So that then gives that at least some way that they can see where mold's turning up. But we have really big concerns about the type of testing that's being done for mold as well. We don't necessarily get the results back from them. We've asked at the Section 81 meetings repeatedly for those results. Like literally just say, please, are we going to get results today? And we've been told that they've been from independent companies, but in fact they were actually a Honeywell company that Honeywell's been using that company for a long time. Not
So a
necessarily
contractor.
Honeywell company, a contractor, they've been using that all the time. So we have concerns about that too.
And in terms of the testing method they're using, is that another concern that you have? Because that's been mentioned in previous.
That's right. So it's just strip testing. It's just they come along and I had one recently. So our radiation therapy education room, I was sitting there talking to a friend, look up, there's some mould up on the ceiling. Then they come down and they do some testing on that. Now, my manager is a particularly good manager. She made sure she was there for that to be actually done. So previously they were just doing areas, and we've members have told us that it's not necessarily the area that's got the mould that's being tested.
And I'm sorry, I'm mindful of time, but when you talked earlier about the HVAC system, can you just explain the acronym for us? But I was also concerned to read that you have not yet managed to clarify whether or not the mould is being dispersed through that system. Is that correct?
We haven't had confirmation. I actually found a document that was loaded into our Section 81 package for the last meeting. And there is actually a document in there from Dr. Sarah Browning, in which case it says that there's a mould in the, it's assumed that the mould is in the HVAC system, and the HVAC is
It's the air conditioning,
handling, ventilation, air conditioning.
I wanted to just turn very quickly to the water tanks as well, if I can. So that, my understanding, there was a request for a water tank to be replaced some 2 years, or had been identified for replacement 2 years prior, and that had been an outstanding issue. Is that the case?
So I think there's a governance group, and I know you have to take notice on what the name of the governance group is that meets, because we've only been told about that from Novacare, and they have a meeting regularly where they update each other on just basic maintenance that's going to be occurring in the future, and that at that meeting, the Calvary and HAC had been told that that particular unit tank had been disconnected, and the staff that had notified us had said otherwise, so we just asked for them to go and check on that.
And is it still the case that the Mater is not meeting its legislative obligation to maintain a 5-hour water reserve?
Yeah, so that's been changed to, so the new tank is in place.
Okay.
As I understand it, it has still not been commissioned.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jo.
Thank you. We are out of time. If there are supplementary questions from the committee, they'll be sent to you through the Secretariat. And can I just conclude, particularly in light of the comments Mr McKenna made about the morale of the staff and the abuse that some of them have received? I'm fairly confident I can speak on behalf of the whole committee to say that I don't think we considered for a second that frontline staff are responsible for any of the issues. We're deeply sorry to hear about that treatment, and we thank your members for the hard work that they do every day.
Here. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming along. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Apologies, we're running a few minutes late because the last session ran a few minutes over as well. Welcome to our next witnesses from Calvary Healthcare. Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you please state your name and title and take either the oath or the affirmation, starting with Mr. Bruce on my left.
Thank you, Chair. Damien Bruce, I'm the CEO of Calvary Healthcare, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Rosalind Everingham, known as Ros, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair, I would.
Go ahead.
So let me start by acknowledging the Awakabal people, the traditional custodians and owners of the land on which we're meeting today. Thank you for the invitation to appear before this inquiry. I first want to acknowledge our staff, patients and their families who are rightfully distressed by the incidence of mould, maggots and maintenance issues at the Calvary Mater Hospital. Our staff should feel pride in their place of work, and I thank them for their consistent commitment to caring for some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Similarly, our patients should feel safe in our hospital, and I want to assure them that Calvary always puts your care first. We remain deeply frustrated by the ongoing systemic failures at the infrastructure at Calvary Mater, Newcastle, and a lack of action from those responsible for remediating these issues. While we are grateful for recent interventions to conduct remediation work led by the Minister and the Secretary outside the machinations of the PPP, it is our strong response, it is a strong position this response is overdue. Calvary is committed to protecting patient and staff safety. This is non-negotiable for us. And the current environment creates an unacceptable risk and an unsustainable risk to Calvary Mater continuing to deliver uninterrupted clinical services. As the clinical provider of patient care, Calvary has repeatedly escalated its concerns. As I'm sure the committee is aware, but we're more than happy to talk about further, the PPP does not extend to patient care. It relates solely to the Mater campus's infrastructure, facilities management and other non-clinical services. These are delivered by the Health Administration Corporation and its contracted facilities provider Novacare. Calvary does not hold any contractual authority to compel remediation under that PPP. We want to ensure a safe and fit-for-purpose hospital that delivers value-based quality care the Hunter community deserves, which reflects the legacy of the Sisters of the Mercy of Singleton from 1922, when the service was started, and which we have honoured since 2005, when we became the care provider. Currently, we find ourselves operating clinical care alongside a complex infrastructure and facilities management PPP, in addition to a governance and funding framework that does not adequately reflect the services provided at the hospital. And to be clear, Calvary would welcome HAC revisiting the PPP's governance to provide for a more collaborative and consultative approach, which includes us as the clinical services operator. Chair, the neglect cannot continue for another 6 years until the end of the PPP, as it's currently structured. We all have a duty to ensure the safety of patients and staff, and we welcome this inquiry to investigate and understand the issues and provide recommendations for a path forward. And we're happy to answer any questions the committee may have of us today.
Thank you very much. Perhaps to start the questions, I'll go to Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission and for being here today, to both of you as well. I just wanted to start with the executive summary in the submission that you gave, and the point where you talk about how you've raised these issues with the relevant parties. You talk about Health Administration Corporation, Novacare and Honeywell, and I know that you've made some public commentary about that as well, which I think has been sort of well or taken well by the community. But could you just talk a little bit more, I guess, in terms of where these issues have been raised, and I suppose maybe why you think there has been minimal effective action, to use your words from your submission?
Two very different questions, but related, obviously. So we have been raising concerns from as early as 2014. Obviously, the hospital was built in 2009, so very proximate to the time of the hospital being commissioned. We started to see some of the failures, and I think there were 30 reports of water ingress in 2014 alone, just 5 years after the hospital was commissioned. Those complaints have been raised through various channels. They've been raised, obviously, through the incident management systems that I know have already been canvassed in this morning's commentary. They've been raised from letters, through letters from us to the HAC, and my predecessor as Chief Executive has been involved in those discussions, through to the department, through to the Minister over the course of the last 12 years. The second part of the question as to the lack of action is a really interesting one, because I'm not sure we actually have all the information from our perspective to answer that question. The complexity with the PPP is that we don't have visibility into the ongoing discussions and relationships between the original builder and commissioner of the hospital, the Abbey Group, and then how Novacare, Honeywell and HAC are interacting and all of the liaison that's gone between them in terms of various requests and liabilities and that discussion. We simply don't see that. So somewhere within that structure is the answer to your question, but it's very difficult to discern outside in, given we don't have visibility into those arrangements.
Yeah. Because it's interesting, having a look at what's publicly available in terms of the original setup of the PPP, and I'm sure you're familiar with it too, but there's almost like I think it's meant to be a flow sheet, but it looks more like a plate of spaghetti with who's responsible for what. And obviously, I guess for you as you know, the company trying to operate the hospital, you're saying that's very challenging for you, even as someone who is obviously a main party to what's going on, to know exactly where the fault or where the responsibility lies. Would that be sort of an accurate description?
It would be. I'm happy to try and give an explanation as to our view of how that's all structured, if it's helpful.
That would be great.
Maybe I'll sort of talk a little bit about the legal structures and then how it operates day to day, if that's helpful. So I think the arrangement stems back, it would have been to around mid-2003 when Calvary, HAC, and the LHD entered into an arrangement with regard to Calvary, who owns the land, providing that land to HAC to then commission a new hospital and maintain that hospital on the land. 2 years later, in 2005, and that's what we called the initial project agreement. Yep. In 2005, HAC then entered into an agreement with Novacare, which was to finance, design, build and commission the hospital and then maintain it with both the hard and the soft maintenance services that I know again have been outlined in prior testimony today. We are not party to that specific agreement, so in relation to delivery of those hard and soft facilities management services, we don't have any legal right to enforce those because we sit outside that second agreement, the project deed. In practice, maybe the simple version I like to think of is we sort of view HAC as the landlord and we are the tenant. We provide clinical services to the local health district under an annual agreement, an SLA framework, and that governs what we do, but our, if you like, attachment almost sits alongside the PPP, which is evidenced by that project deed from 2005.
I'll let someone else have a go.
Submission. So far, this is the clearest explanation I've seen of how this PPP operates, if it's possible for there to be a clear explanation of how this PPP operates. So I have a few questions arising from that. So firstly, you talk about in March 2024, a visual audit conducted by a licensed electrical inspector identified extensive non-compliance in cardiac and body protected electrical areas at the hospital. What prompted that inspection to be carried out, or what concerns were raised that made you want to do that work?
It's my understanding that at the time there'd been some electrical incidents, but there's also non-compliant body protection stickers on. There's a sticker on the wall that says it's a compliant body protection for cardiac protection, and they were non-compliant, and so a report was asked to be done.
Okay, and who brought that to your attention?
I understand it was HAC. Yeah.
I'm also interested in the change to your funding. I understand there was a change from block funding to activity-based funding. What was the rationale that you were given for that?
My understanding is that was a statewide transition from block to activity funding that affected a number of different AHOs, accredited health organisations. I don't think we were the only ones, Chair, that were in the position of moving to that, and it's been now 2 years since we've been operating under that basis.
And what's been the impact of that change?
Two things. So there are a number of services that were previously funded under the block funding that are now funded directly through MBS funding pathways. So these are the not admitted patient services. We do about 400,000 of those a year, radiation oncology, chemotherapy, those sorts of things. It also changed the level of, which you'll see in our submission as well, the capital attribution and the contribution to that we get is no longer clear or included in that funding envelope, which just reduces our ability to keep investing in clinical services and making sure they're modern, as you'd expect in any other facilities across the health district.
Yeah, thanks. And could you give us a couple of examples of what things used to be funded by that fund?
Of course. You want to talk about the aphorisms?
I've actually been the GM for 2.5 years, so I've actually pretty well only worked under the the NWOW funding. But previous to that, with the block funding, it did allow us to undertake some minor capital works that we required, but with the change to NWOW funding, it's my understanding that you can't actually use that NWOW funding for capital, it's for actually clinical services. So it has really hamstrung us to actually do any even minor capital changes within the envelope of the building.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate from your answer, it sounds like it was before your time, but perhaps on notice if you could provide some examples of the types of things you used to be able to fund it through that mechanism.
Happy to do that, Chair.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to ask about this report that you've referred to in your written submission in 2023, the confidential briefing document. What can you recall about that document and why that was suddenly provided?
So the briefing note that went from my understanding, from the LHD through to the ministry, actually outlines a report that was done by a company called Covaris that came in and actually did a review of the building of the campus. I think it was the entire campus, noting that we are one part of the campus and mental health and pathology imaging are also on campus with us. So it was my understanding that that briefing went forward to the ministry after that report was received.
Okay, thank you. I might go to Mrs. Sibyl.
You mentioned the Covaris report. Was that 2023 or 2022? Your submission states that in May 2022 Covaris provided a report, but then there's a further document referenced in, of all days, the 23rd of March 2023, which rings a bell for most of us here because it was the date of the state election, that Calvary received a document again from Hunter New England. That was a confidential briefing. I wonder if you have access to both those documents, whether on notice you might provide them to the committee, if that's something you can do.
Yeah, we'll certainly see what we can provide the committee on that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. That's all right. I might go to video conference, my colleague Ms. Boyd.
But I think the witnesses can see.
Hang on, we can't hear you very well.
We can't see you.
Thank you. We can hear you now.
The witnesses can't see.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to our witnesses. I just wanted to ask, so I understand how the project structure works, and I do understand that you basically have a sublease agreement. But under that sublease, obviously these material defects and maintenance problems really impact on the service that you provide. What are your rights under that sublease to claim compensation, or to are there any rights for you against Honeywell or others in order to I guess get some sort of compensation for the damage done to you?
Maybe I'll take that in two parts, if that's okay. Again, thank you for the question. The first is where the line is drawn in terms of responsibility for some of those issues, and the second then is what our legal avenues are to address that. On the former, as with a landlord-tenant relationship, we're responsible to maintain the hospital in good condition, whereas HAC through to Novacare are responsible for all structural repairs, replacement, refurbishments and fair wear and tear. So that is how the contracts define the responsibilities. Our ability legally to enforce any deficiencies in the provision of that infrastructure maintenance is through HAC. It is not direct to Novacare or Honeywell, which is a challenge given we are not party to the project deed I referenced before.
I see. So you are, because the way I understand it is you are the head lease. So you've, as in, you own the actual hospital. That's then been leased down to HAC, and then HAC has entered into an agreement with a bunch of others, and then part of that sort of spits you out at the end as also being a sub-lessee. Do you have any rights under that very head lease that if all of this is going wrong, that's impacting on you and your reputation, any legal rights for you?
So under the so that if you like the head lease, we have the title, and we issued a ground lease essentially to HAC, which gives them full rights of possession. Simple terms around that. So that is a very simple transition. That's all linked in and tied into that first 2003 agreement I mentioned before.
Okay, but you've got no termination rights under that, where you can say, look, this is clearly not working and unravel the whole thing. She asks, hopefully.
There are, I believe there are step-out rights under that head agreement that can be exercised. A set of conditions I'd have to take on notice to come back to you as to what those are.
Thank you. Submission, which I agree was very good and clear and helpful. Thank you very much. You mentioned that you've raised these issues with HAC previously. When was what's been the process of the notifications that you've made, and have you, to what extent was the government made aware by you of the problems at the hospital?
I commenced in my role as Chief Executive 6 months ago, so I can't talk exhaustively to all of the interactions that happened prior to me joining. I'm certainly aware that I have communicated, my predecessor has communicated through to the Minister's office, and again, I think as part of that communication, I was grateful and glad to see the Minister again has been referenced, sort of attending Calvary and driving the process forward over the last month and a half. But certainly our primary sort of communication channel has been through written correspondence to HAC, which again, given our arrangements, is the avenue that we have available to us to raise these concerns.
On notice, are you able to provide us with a list of dates that where you have raised this with either this minister or former ministers as being a problem?
Happy to take that on notice and see what we have in our records. Thank you.
Thank you.
Were there further questions from the government? You only got one in earlier.
Yeah,
I'll go to you, Mrs. Sybil.
I'm happy to continue on. Can I confirm, so you mentioned earlier in your remarks leakages being reported to the HAC on as long back as 2014 about the water ingress. What was the process that was undertaken for that reporting, and what was the response that you received at the time?
So each report would be through the QFM, and I think there was some talk this morning with the Nurses Association, that QFM process.
Yep.
So whenever there's a leak, that goes through to the QFM process, and HAC have oversight and can actually see those QFMs go in, what action's been taken, when they get closed, and so HAC monitor the QFM quite regularly.
And when you say HAC monitor the QFM, who specifically, what specifically? Because the evidence we heard this morning was that the QFM system was run by Medirest,
yes.
who then had responsibility for farming out the jobs to either Honeywell or themselves. Or
so HAC have staff on site, and they actually have access to that system, and facilities management is their area of expertise. It's not mine. I'm a cardiac nurse, so they can actually, interpret the what's been put into the system, what action's been taken, and what has it been closed? Is it not closed? Has it met the standard that should be met?
Right.
So they work very hard.
Yes, and so we heard earlier as well that system, one of the ways that it was logged was there was a phone line, at least, that you called.
Yes, a help desk.
A help desk, and then there was a job created, but then you had no visibility over that, and indeed didn't really know in cases if it had been, what had been done, or whether it had been closed. Is that the case for these, more than 30 separate occasions in 2014 as well? Was that the case?
It would have been the same process back then. Okay. I'm assuming, but it's been a process that's been trained for a long time.
And with regards to the HVAC system that's currently in place, have you received any clarity over the current state of that, or?
Look, other than the photos that I think we're all aware of, at the moment where they're undertaking health infrastructure and the Ministry are undertaking a full review of the entire site. That includes the HVAC system, so that we can actually truly get to the root cause of the situation. and because we were a staged build, we still have a section that in the building that is quite old. So we're talking many HVAC systems of different and varying ages with different technologies. So when we get this really comprehensive report, which I understand is eminently underway, it should give us actually what actually is the problem, the root cause of the problem, but how do we address it and how it gets fixed. Because I think it could be a myriad of issues because of the different technologies and ages of the building and the system.
Is it your evidence also that because we've had certainly through submissions, but through oral evidence earlier today, that the southern facade in particular of the building has leaked since day one, since it was handed over?
I have heard that from staff, yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I wanted to turn now to the 2022 November mould management plan, which was developed by Honeywell and reissued in 2023 and assigned Honeywell responsibility for monitoring, managing and remediating mould. Is it possible that you could provide the committee on notice with a copy of that plan?
Yeah, I could take that on notice.
Thank you. In terms of what that plan contained, what has been carried out in terms of the monitoring, managing and remediation?
So my understanding of the plan is mould gets identified, it's put into QFM, actions are taken with surface cleaning, tape testing, and that's remediation of surface mould.
So they clean the surface,
yeah,
but don't test anything else?
They test the surface, hopefully before they clean.
Okay. And do you have any visibility over that process as the people responsibility for the clinical care, and given some of the events we've heard about the level of vulnerability of the patients in the hospital?
No. We provide the clinical services, and it's an expectation that the facility services are given to us at the standard that should be by Honeywell.
Thank you.
A quick follow-up from me, and then I'll go to Mr. Donnelly, because we've heard a lot about this QFM system this morning, and I'm interested in the interaction or perhaps lack of interaction with your IMS system and kind of your clinical risk register. There's obviously been a number of facilities issues that involve a direct risk to your staff or to patient care. So what's the process supposed to be where you're notified when these things are relevant and you might have to take action, for example, the evacuation of a ward?
So the two systems do not talk to each other at all, and the IMS system is the New South Wales Health Incident Management System, which under the SLA we use and we always have. Had these issues been logged into the IMS system, our staff, we have work health and safety coordinators, we have patient safety officers, we have quality managers who actually would have trended this data. We would have actually seen we would have had visibility that we would have seen a rise, but not having the visibility of the QFM system and not being able to trend that data, we didn't really know that the issue was getting more and more and more. So our staff are now actually, when they log a QFM job, we've actually asked them to actually submit an IMS as well, because then that's giving us visibility.
And how was this supposed to work under the contractual arrangement? So how are things supposed to be reported to you if a facilities issue was posing a clinical risk?
It should have been reported as Honeywell and MediRest do sit on our peak committees, like our infection control committee, our work health and safety committee. Okay. It should have been reported that they were trending upwards as far as mould, water ingress. They're issues that I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, but the QFM system must have the ability to at least trend data.
Okay. And did Honeywell ever raise these things proactively with you through those committees?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you both for coming along. And thank you for your submission, which is submission number 23 of the inquiry. It's very clear and states a number of things in ways that help us understand some complex issues. Can I just go specifically to the part of the submission which starts towards the bottom of page 3 at paragraph 16 and then goes over to page 5 across up to paragraph 27, which is dealing with the public-private partnership structure, which has shed, I think, some valuable light for us anyway to understand what's been going on. Go to the top of page 5, which has got specifically at the top, paragraph 26. It says, under the Project E, HAC is obliged to ensure Novacare performs its obligations, and this is reflected in the Calvary lease, whereby HAC must use reasonable endeavours to procure that Novacare, open brackets, and its subcontractors, close brackets, satisfy their obligations. On one sort of sense of the situation we find ourselves in, if in fact all of that had been done, we wouldn't be having a hearing, I suppose, because we wouldn't be having these issues that have been obviously the cause of so many concerns. I'm wondering the language, and perhaps Mr. Bruce, you might, or perhaps both of you, that the language performs its obligations and must use reasonable endeavours. Is that language, as far as you understand, out of the contract arrangement, the deed arrangement? Because it just strikes me that language, if that's it, you can kind of almost see up front that there's a degree of wriggle room that might have been there for these subcontractors. Anyway, I'll leave it as an open question about the language and has that been really, from Calvary's point of view, an identification of where this sort of ultimately comes back to, because there is this wriggle room.
It's a really interesting question. I'll make the observation that this is a very unique structure in the Australian healthcare landscape. I'm not aware of another arrangement where you have different private providers providing clinical services. We are through an accredited health organisation construct, and then different private providers in the way that's been described in the deed. So it's already without a lot of basis to be able to interpret those sorts of terms. In terms of whether those reasonable endeavours could be read narrowly or broadly, I think is an interesting question. The challenge, again, if I come back to an earlier comment, is because we don't have visibility into the interaction between HAC and Novacare, it's hard for us to assess even whether it's a broad or a narrow interpretation, whether it meets any test of reasonable endeavours. We simply don't have the visibility into that part of the contract because of that uniqueness in our structure.
Are there any other aspects of those paras 16 through to 27? I think you probably touched on some of them, which, as I said, provides a good summary, that you might like to make a particular comment about, or are they taken as read? I think they all make sense to me, but is there anything you want to draw out from any of those particular paragraphs? If not, we can move on.
I think that if the summary before was clear for the committee, I'm happy to take it there and respond to any specific questions with on that.
Thank you.
In your written submission on page 6, you talk about the rectification plan that's been proposed for the cladding, and you've said that you have no visibility over the scopes of the works, which is really quite extraordinary to read. Is that still the case? We have two primary challenges, I think, that are under the current structure. One is we don't have visibility into what the problems are that need to be fixed. And Ros has already alluded to the fact there is an audit going on to understand the breadth of the problems that need to be addressed. We don't know that. We also, though, don't have a list of actions and proposed interventions that are then in place to address those problems. So we don't and have not seen at any point a list of proposed actions with dates and commitments against them to address those issues. And I presume that's information that you've sought?
Many times.
Okay. Are you able to provide the committee with that evidence of your letters or correspondence or seeking that information?
Happy to take that on notice and provide that, yes.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to Mrs. Siva.
I wanted to take you to paragraph 91 of your submission, which talks about unacceptable delays in rectification arising from demarcation disputes and contractual fragmentation between HAC, Novacare and Honeywell. Are you able to give us a sort of a live example of that?
It's difficult again to know it's difficult to know for any issue whether responsibility sits on the project management side with HAC versus the maintenance and repair obligations Novacare has versus the original builder. And my sense is, and again, this is something that we don't have written evidence on, but I offer is from discussions that we have had, our sense is that the dispute that leads to delay sits within that triangle of accountability as to different people viewing others as responsible, particularly as it relates to the original construction of the building. So things get held up because of the interpretation within those three groups.
And how much of a factor do you think the relevant cost involved is within that? Is there that inherent tension in all of these discussions between these three sort of private operators, for want of a better description, where it just seems like the issues may go round and round and round? Because we have heard that across the morning, this sort of the challenges and frustrations with submitting a problem and then just having it go around in sort of a washing machine, or the spaghetti bowl diagram that Sarah described earlier. Is that the case? And do you think that is because of cost, or just genuine, we don't know who's responsible?
It's very difficult. I don't have the information to answer that question. I just don't understand the cost dynamics, so I won't be able to comment on that. But I would say we can, I think, observe the lack of pace in responding to the concerns that have been around for a decade and surmise that there is an accountability question that sits behind that and a legal structural question that sits behind that.
And given, I think, the earlier remarks you made about, the values of Calvary, and you mentioned the Sisters of Mercy and certainly the legacy in the area, how has that been impacted by what we've seen currently and what's gone on as a result of this?
I think the impact on the staff has just been enormous. And people, I was only telling Damien last night, people choose to come and work at Calvary Mater Newcastle. They could go and work at John Hunter, they could go and work at Belmont. There's I think 9 private hospitals, but they actually choose to come and work with the most vulnerable people in our community, because we are not only a cancer hospital, we are a clinical toxicology, and we are co-located with a mental health service. It's a tough gig for the staff, and it is made so much tougher by the construct in which they're being asked to work and asked to provide caring services. I've had it reported to me that staff are now apologising to their patients for the fact that everything's in the media. I have admin staff who get daily phone calls from people asking, is there somewhere else I can go to be safe and have my treatment? That's the impact. And we are a values-based organisation. I've never worked for an organisation that truly had the values really at the core of what we do. And that's just, it's an awful place to.
I'd say just to build on that, Rosamond, our underlying value and ethos is one of being for others. Where we find ourselves with the sort of issues and challenges we have with our staff and patients is anathema to that at the moment. It's unacceptable.
Thank you. Thanks.
Can I ask Mr. Bruce? You gave some interesting evidence about this arrangement being unprecedented, even in a PPP context. Did you want to outline why it's so unusual compared to other PPP contexts, and why that leads to the dysfunctionality? I think that was the gist of your evidence.
Of course. So there are certainly examples of PPPs, I think, that are more typical, where you may have a private operator that builds and maintains the facility, but then it's the state that delivers the services. So one, I don't have the data, but my sense would be that that's the more typical model of a Midlands type construct. Our model is different to that in that we are providing the clinical services, not the public sector, under an AHO arrangement as part of the structure. And the second, as I said before, is that you have a different private sector operator providing clinical services versus being responsible for the hard and soft facilities maintenance that we talked about. The reason why that makes it particularly challenging here is because we don't have that legal ability to enforce, or visibility, to enforce the compliance with remediation activities that are needed. So I think those differences, both in the nature of who provides the clinical services and then the division between multiple private sector parties, are what make this particularly different than some of the other ones that we would often see in Australia. I don't know if that helps.
It does help a lot, thank you. And just one quick follow-up. Do you have any insights into why that thinking was implemented in this? situation?
Sadly not. I mean, I would say over 20 years ago, I'm not sure what the thinking was. I would say the model at the time was unproven, but it was also untested. So if I was being generous, I'd say there was no precedent or evidence that this model wouldn't work. I think someone forecasting forward would probably have seen the sorts of outcomes that we've seen.
Yep.
But it was unproven and untested at the time, and still is. I think there's no parallel for it that I'm aware of even today.
Thank you.
I've got quite a niche question, but I've heard reports that sometimes patients who are inpatients who need mental health or drug and alcohol support have been told they need to go back to the emergency department to be seen rather than having those consultations done on the ward. Is that correct, and why does that happen?
Inpatients don't go back to OED. Inpatients don't, once they're an inpatient and they need a referral, they're referred to the specialty of any kind, whether it be
including mental health and drug and alcohol. Okay, thank you. I'm pleased to hear that it's how it should be. If I can go back and find those particular examples, I might put them to you as supplementary questions. Thank you.
Just want to find a quick one. I think in part it's been answered by the question by my colleague, Honourable Emily Savell, and I think probably in the conclusion section on pages 18 through to 19, maybe the resolution to what I'm thinking here, that to sort of use the language, there's reputational damage that has been done, and we've heard the evidence about the tragic manifestation in a range of ways. Nonetheless, I should say, in regards to the staff morale and their affiliation and their whole desire to work for Calvary. In terms of, if we take that as a starting point, and this is obviously of significant concern, obviously, to Calvary, as a operator of hospitals of some high regard around Australia, what's your response to the question, well, how do we move out of this dire position we find ourselves in as quickly as we can from this point we are at the moment? So in other words, we know where we are, providing evidence today, all unfolds, an inquiry, a report, findings and recommendations. But does Calvary have a view about the most expeditious way to move forward that would in itself, if properly implemented, would help restore and reboost the reputation of Calvary in the region?
Well, firstly, thank you for acknowledging the reputational impact. It is a big source of frustration after 140 years of providing care in this country that we, as Calvary, are conflated with some of the failure on action from others. I think there are three, maybe I'll answer your question by thinking about what are the conditions for success for any model going forward versus where we are today, because there are many models, I think, that could deliver on those. I think one would be, as we spoke before, about having a very clear and transparent and independently assessed understanding of the problem, which is that report that Ros referred has to be done as soon as possible so we can actually understand the state of play and where we are today. The second then is, again, a very transparent plan forward on what actually is going to be done about each of those problems with committed timelines around it. The third would be, I think, a change in the governance that allows for a more collaborative sort of structure where all of the different experts and points of view, including ours, can have an opinion on focus, priority and decision making around what the timing and addressing of those problems should be. Those are the three absolute essential conditions for success. I do think, and again, I'm sure that this is something that HACA's turning its mind to, there are different models as to how you could have different accountabilities across different parties that meet those three conditions of success. But from our perspective, those three things would be what are essential in any path forward.
Thank you.
One last question from me. In your written submission, you talked about having had to move patients following the pest infestation to other private hospitals earlier this year. And you put in the written submission that this cost was met by yourselves. What has the cost been for having to transfer those patients?
It's been a significant cost. We had 20 patients in 2 private hospitals within Newcastle, and the bed day cost was quite significant. We had those 20 patients in the private sector, I think, for a full 5 days, and then we actually started to transition patients back once we had the Ward 5C back. We while we did move them out to the private sector in a fairly rapid fire, we actually then moved them back so that we didn't overwhelm our clinicians. We moved them back in aliquots over about a 10-day period, but the cost was quite significant.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to assume that you're avoiding giving us a number because that's commercial in confidence. Could I perhaps request that on notice, and it could be kept confidential by the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, did you want to follow
I
up?
just have one more. Just on your submission, page 18, paragraph 114, you talk about wanting the HAC to provide a detailed report to the inquiry and to yourselves, outlining the steps taken to date to address some of the issues that you raise. I'm just wondering, have you formally requested that from HAC prior to today, or is that just through the submission?
No, we have many times. We've asked, even after the incidences with mould last April, 2nd, 16th of May, I think the 10th of July, 13th of November, there have been lots of letters, and I think I've taken on notice to provide some of those back to the committee, so we'll send that chronology.
Yeah, but you're still yet to get what you've asked for.
We have not seen a list of actions and dates committed. It comes back to that second of those 3 success elements I spoke about before.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarified. Thanks.
That's the end of our time today. Thank you so much again for taking the time to give evidence today. And if there are supplementary questions, you'll hear from the Secretariat about those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
For the information of those watching, Mr. O'Brien was invited to appear as a witness today. Mr. O'Brien's the Facilities Director for Honeywell. He was advised that the committee was prepared to issue a summons for his attendance, and that summons was issued yesterday, and Mr. O'Brien has not been able to be located by the committee to be served the summons. It's very disappointing that he's not here today to be able to answer our questions.
So,
sorry, if I can.
We'll have to come to that afterwards.
Happy for you to ask that question after we've gone through the process of swearing in. That's all right. So, could each of our witnesses who are here please state your name and position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, and we'll start with my left. Thank you.
My name is Andy
It's a good question.
I'm the GM for Medira. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name's Michael Lambourne. I'm the Executive Director for Medirest. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name's Lisa Whitehead. I'm the Honeywell Head of Australia and New Zealand, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I'm Vicky Rigg. I'm a Director on the Board of Novacare, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
James Ward, I'm a Director on the Novacare Group of Companies. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Has anyone got a short opening statement? Might go in the same order.
I do, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear today. We recognise the serious concerns have been raised regarding cleanliness, building condition, and safety at Calvary Mater, Newcastle. Several submissions describe deeply personal experiences, and we acknowledge how difficult these situations can be for patients, families, and staff. Medirest provides soft, non-clinical services at the hospital as a subcontractor to Novacare. Our role focuses on cleaning functional areas, waste management, catering, security, help desk, and retail, delivered in accordance with our contract and under the direction of Novacare and the hospital. Our teams follow prescribed cleaning schedules, hygiene protocols, and operational procedures. They also respond to additional requests raised through the hospital's help desk, system, and escalation processes. While we cannot comment on individual submissions, we treat concerns about cleaning standards or operational practices seriously. When issues are raised, they are reviewed through our internal processes and addressed or escalated in line with our responsibilities and the hospital's reporting arrangements. We are proud of the professionalism and care our people demonstrate every day while working in a demanding healthcare environment. We also recognise the impact that workplace conditions can have on staff wellbeing, morale, and occupational health and safety. Concerns about the working environment can create uncertainty and pressure for staff, and this is something we take seriously. Under the terms of the contracts, responsibility for infrastructure, engineering systems, and building maintenance does not sit with Medirest. Our role is to deliver soft facilities management services and to escalate issues through the established reporting processes when they arise. Many of the matters raised through this inquiry relate to complex infrastructure issues that involve other parties and we understand have developed over an extended period of time. Medirest is committed to assisting the committee and to continuing to work constructively with Novacare, the hospital, and the relevant authorities to support the safe and effective operation of the hospital within the scope of our services. Chair, we are happy to answer questions.
I also have an opening statement.
Go ahead.
Chair. Thank you, Chair, and to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Honeywell is a global company that's been operating in Australia since 1962. We have more than 1,600 employees nationwide supporting critical infrastructure in a range of vertical markets, including transport, data centres, hospitality, defence, corrections, and healthcare. Honeywell supports hospital facilities here in New South Wales and also in Victoria and Western Australia, and we work closely with governments and the private sector via a range of procurement models. At Calvary Mater Hospital, Honeywell's provided the hard facilities maintenance since 2008 under the public-private partnership arrangement contracted by Novacare. Our role is to maintain building systems such as electrical, plumbing, air conditioning or HVAC systems and pest control. We don't look after construction defects or major design upgrades. The challenges at Calvary Mater are well known and stem from two fundamental issues: unresolved construction defects causing ongoing water ingress and an outdated HVAC system that is no longer fit for purpose.
Together, these have left the hospital persistently damp, making maintenance extremely difficult. Neither fixing the leaks nor redesigning the HVAC system is within Honeywell's contractual scope or control, and if they were, we would have addressed them. We've repeatedly raised these issues with our contract partners, supported by independent expert advice, as the resolution of these items is essential to support the hospital. Despite the lack of approvals, we have often gone beyond our obligations to protect patient and staff safety under very difficult circumstances. We understand and share the concerns of patients, staff and the community, and remain committed to working constructively to see all of these issues properly resolved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
We also have an opening statement on behalf of Novacare. Given the constraints of time, perhaps I could enter my opening statement in full in the record and just hit the high points, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, as we've heard already, the Calvary Mater was founded in 1921 by the Sisters of Mercy, and it's still owned today by the Little Company of Mary. Public health services are provided on site by two different parties, which adds to the complexity of this hospital. The public clinical services, as we've heard, are provided by Calvary Healthcare, but there's also a separate co-located mental hospital which is operated by the local area health district. Novacare's involvement in the hospital began in 2005 when the state entered into the public-private partnership with Abbey Group, Honeywell and Medirest to redevelop the hospital, building new facilities and also refurbishing others. Honeywell, as we've heard, now delivers the hard services. They're responsible for maintaining the whole of the building, and Medirest is responsible for provision of soft services such as cleaning and catering. Novacare's role is to represent the consortium and to manage the consortium, and importantly, our role was to provide the initial finance that paid for the hospital to be constructed in the first place. The contracts are not set up for Novacare to have any discretion. Our rights are reflected in the rights that the state has against the consortium, and our obligations are passed through to either Honeywell or Medirest. And that makes sense because the state selected experts in their fields to deliver these services. We are just representatives of the financiers who finance the project. Before I turn to the issues at the Mater, I do think it's important to recognise that while there are definitely maintenance issues at the Mater is not alone in suffering from a number of the issues that have been identified, and similar problems have been identified in other public hospitals. I think only recently the New South Wales Minister for Health noted that 112 mould and maintenance issues had been identified across public hospitals in the last 12 months. That definitely doesn't excuse the issues at the Mater, but it does set some context for the difficulties in resolving some of the issues that have arisen. Turning to the Mater, as I mentioned, the hospital was originally built in 1921, and a number of the buildings that are used today are still buildings that were built in the last century. And it's in those buildings that we're finding most of the problems. A number of the buildings weren't touched as they were brought into the PPP. And so the areas where we're finding the most mould is in areas where the air conditioning is very dated and the buildings are dated. And it's not the project's role to update or change that air conditioning system. Despite that, we have made a number of proposals to the state to actually upgrade the facilities to try and deal with the mould, but unfortunately we've been unable to reach agreement as to how that might occur. In December, we actually stepped in to carry out a number of upgrades ourselves, even though they're outside the scope of the project. In separate parts of the hospital, we do have issues with water leaks. These can't be resolved without the replacement of the cladding that sits on the outside of the hospital. This is the subject of an extensive legal dispute, but our understanding is that the responsibility for the cladding sits with the owner of the building under law. Despite this, we've been working with the state to get the original construction contractor back on site to try and replace that cladding, and we do understand that the state has now reached agreement with that construction contractor to allow that replacement to occur. We're very disappointed with the current status of the PPP. Novacare sits in the middle of a very complex contractual structure, as we've just identified. and we alone are not able to resolve the issues. The contracts are incredibly rigid. They were drafted more than 20 years ago, and they don't provide for what is required to meet the needs of a changing health system. There are a number of contractual disputes on foot, but unfortunately with the breakdown of relations with the state across the project, it's prevented us from being able to resolve the issues on site. We very much welcome this inquiry. We're open to answering your questions, and we look forward to hopefully some resolution of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the committee's previously resolved that for this session we would ask our questions in blocks. So we'll start with the opposition, then the crossbench, and then the government.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here. Ms Whitehead, I want to start with you. Why isn't Mr O'Brien here today?
I'm here to represent Honeywell, and I thought it the most appropriate that the most senior person in Honeywell represent us here today to support the questions of the inquiry.
But he still works for your company, correct?
Yes, he does.
And what's his role?
He's the facility director at the Calvary Mater.
Okay. Did you direct him not to attend? You say that you thought you should be here as the most senior, but was there advice to him not to be here today?
No, absolutely. He chose not to attend, and to be honest, I'm worried about his well-being and my team's well-being. So. But my understanding also is that he isn't compelled to attend, so I certainly didn't object to that.
Okay, so your understanding with him, not just so the committee and the record's clear, as the Chair said, there was an attempt to serve a summons, but is that because of the advice that you're aware of in relation to the Cullen court case, which means that witnesses don't have to appear even if they are summoned by the committee? Is that the rationale for him not attending?
That was the advice that I received, and so when he declined to attend, I didn't object to that.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to answer questions about the on-ground operations at the hospital with the role that you have?
I can answer questions about what's been happening at the hospital. This has been a problem for quite some time, and it's something that I've had a great deal of involvement with, so I feel that I'm well equipped to answer the questions today. However, if there are detailed on the ground questions that I can't answer, I can certainly take that on notice.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. So I assume you would have been following the evidence from earlier today. Have you seen some of the witness testimonies?
I've seen a limited amount. Okay. I haven't followed all of the evidence today.
All right. Well, it's probably worthwhile going back and looking at some of the earlier evidence, particularly from the first two witnesses, who sort of, in a sense, made some very serious allegations earlier this morning about what was happening at the hospital with maintenance issues, reports of things that had been raised with management, including, I'm assuming, Mr O'Brien, not being taken further. There's accusations of falsification of evidence, documents being shredded. Are you aware of those allegations and those concerns?
I'm aware of allegations from individuals, and we have a very robust process at Honeywell to investigate allegations. We have an access and integrity line that encourages employees to speak up without retribution, and we investigate those issues, and from the outcome of that investigation, the allegations were unfounded.
Which allegations were unfounded?
Well, I'm not sure which allegations you're referring to, but there were a series of allegations made by one of the earlier witnesses to Honeywell that were investigated, and that was thoroughly investigated and unsubstantiated.
So your evidence to the committee is that the concerns around things like falsification of reports, shredding of documents that raise serious issues around things to do with, I guess, maintenance, plumbing, health concerns that could end up impacting patients, there's no substance to any of those allegations?
There's no substance to the allegations, just to be clear, that were made directly to Honeywell. I can't comment if they differ from what was said this morning, so I'm happy to review that.
All right, well, maybe if you can take that on notice.
Sure.
But with respect, I guess, if you don't know exactly what they are, then I'm not sure how you can tell us that they are unfounded. But perhaps if you want to go away and have a look at what was said this morning and come back to the committee with a response, because I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody, but it was pretty shocking evidence that we received from people who really had no reason not to be honest with us, and so it would be really good to get, I guess, the view of your organisation as well.
Happy to do that.
Do you know if there's been any complaints against Mr. O'Brien?
There has been complaints. There is, I believe there was a witness this morning that was scheduled to appear, and my understanding is there was a complaint that was investigated by HAC that was completed and unsubstantiated.
Okay. Do you know, and if you need to take it on notice, that's fine, but how many complaints there have been in total against Mr. O'Brien, and how many of them have been investigated?
What I can say is if there were complaints made to Honeywell, they were all investigated.
Okay. And who conducts those investigations?
We have a separate team that is a specialist team that is independent to our business team that conducts investigations, and they are comprised of former law enforcement professionals. So it's a very robust program of system that we have in place.
And are they all people based in Australia? I know you're an international company, so what does that look like in terms of internal complaints and investigations?
They are individuals in that team are based in our global organisation, so they will perform interviews and conduct investigations independent of the Australian business.
Okay, but they're still Honeywell employees, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
no.
If it's an independent investigation but it's actually being conducted from people within the company, how is it independent?
It's independent. They are Honeywell employees, absolutely, but it is an independent team, and it is performed very independently of the business itself, and it's only at the end of the investigation that the outcomes are shared, so that whatever actions, and they might be, from recommendations to disciplinary actions, that's when the business is informed of the outcome, and then those actions are implemented.
Okay, so if there was an allegation or an instance here in Newcastle raised by a Honeywell employee to do with what's happening at the Mater, theoretically someone who works for Honeywell overseas could then be the person who investigates that accusation and makes those decisions, even though they could be in America or somewhere else. That's how your internal process works.
Yeah, there could be someone from the global team, yes.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask, there's been some witness evidence around staff members of Honeywell feeling intimidated, coerced, I'm probably paraphrasing, but sort of unsafe in their workplaces, and that's come through quite strongly. Do you have a response to that?
The Honeywell team?
Yes, yeah.
I think, the situation that the team find themselves in at the hospital is really challenging. It's, I've been there myself on a day when it's been a big rain event or it's raining, and it's terrible condition that patients and staff are trying to operate in an environment that's really difficult, and therefore working in that environment for the Honeywell team as well is very difficult. We're seen as the people on the ground who aren't able to completely fix the issues, and if I talk about the cladding, I think it was spoken about that it's a construction defect that I'm really pleased is now finally being resolved after a very, very long and protracted discussions. But to fix a facade issue where you can't remove the cladding because it's illegal to put it back on, we just can't. The team can't do those things, and so it's been really challenging. And across not just Honeywell, but all of the teams on site, I think it's just been a very difficult environment to work in.
In terms of staff turnover, we had some evidence earlier that there's been, particularly for Honeywell, over the last, I think, couple of years, a bit more stability, but prior to that, I think someone said, in excess of, it felt like more than 100 staff turning over who was on the ground. Do you have any insight into staff turnover?
There has been significant staff turnover because of those things, because these issues remain unresolved, and then the teams on site, find it difficult to work together, and working in those environments where you're unable to be proactive in some situations because there's a need to be reactive because the root cause of these issues aren't resolved. It's not a pleasant place to work. So, yes, there has been a lot of turnover in the past.
And then in terms, I guess, of your role as an organisation, I think it's sort of the soft services, if I'm paraphrasing a little bit, for Medicare, and then the harder building services, including
right.
maintenance. And I'll just leave the cladding aside for the moment. But with some of the issues that have been raised, we had evidence earlier this morning about, for instance, concerns about plumbing and maintenance, a potential issue where the sewerage and the water was coming from the same sort of pipes effectively, or there was no way to know that there wasn't water contamination, and those sort of issues not being fixed for months and months and months. Is that the responsibility of Honeywell to sort out?
Yes, that would be the hard services maintenance. My understanding of there were some concerns raised with the water tank, and there was regular testing done on that water, which was found to be within acceptable levels. So I'm not sure of that.
Right. Well, again, that's not the evidence that we heard. But if you've got evidence or documentation that you could table for the committee around what has been tested, and also there was earlier evidence around, as I said, potential of effectively fecal matter getting into the water system when there's been issues with that, and that was from a plumber. If you're able to have a look back at that evidence and provide a response back to the committee, that would be very useful.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, it probably goes, how long have I got? 4 minutes. Okay, sorry, it's hard with short time. I might go to Novacare quickly, but just in terms of the complexity of this arrangement, and I appreciate what you said in your opening statement about that, Ms. Rigg, but if there are financial penalties for breaches of contract under the PPP arrangement, who are they levied against? Is it Novacare, or does it depend on what the breaches are?
So the financial penalties would flow through Novacare and then get passed on by Novacare to whoever was responsible for the cause of the levy, the problem in the first place. So the way the contract works, there's a very extensive services specification that sits on the back of the project deed.
Yeah.
That goes for almost probably as long as the deed itself.
Sure.
It sets out hundreds of key performance indicators that the various service providers have to comply with. If one of those is not complied with, and that's all measured through the QFM system that people talked about earlier, then that triggers what's described as an abatement that is effectively withheld from payments, service payments that are made to the project for the provision of the services. So Novacare issues the invoice to the state, noting the various issues that have arisen during the month. The state makes payment, and the relevant payments are then passed down to Medirest and Honeywell.
Okay, so how many abatements, if that's the correct terminology, have there been over the course of the PPP?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. It's obviously been it's been almost 20 years of the PPP. We haven't been involved for that long.
Okay.
But it's very normal in PPPs for there to be a number of abatements every month. That's kind of how the PPP's performance is assessed. There are significant contractual disputes at the moment as to the validity of some of the abatements that have been levied on the project, which makes it very hard to kind of answer how many there actually have been.
Okay, do you have any idea of what the cost of that has been?
The amounts that have actually been, I suppose just to put this into context, I think we heard earlier that this contract, the value of this contract is about $380 million over the 28 years. About $150 million worth of that was actually used to construct and refurbish the building back in 2000 between 2005 and 2009. And the remainder of that money is the service payments that are paid over the 28-year period.
Okay.
I think over the 17 years of operations, I think less than $5 million worth of abatements have been withheld from the project.
Okay.
And they've and a number of those are still disputed today.
Because there's media reporting where in sort of, it's come through the parliamentary call for paper, so it's now in the public domain, but where there was some work, I think, done by Minister Park's office where the statement was going to be that the government had issued tens of millions of dollars in abatement fines for non-compliance. Is that in line with your understanding of the amount?
less than $5 million has been withheld from the project,
Okay.
from my understanding, over the life of the project.
Thank you, that's useful. Just quickly to Medicare, I'm so sorry, I've only got a minute left. MediRest, I apologise. One of the issues that was raised earlier today was around concerns for cleaning staff and not having additional resources, particularly in light of recent challenges with mould. Does that sit under your purview in terms of how much is allocated for cleaning staff and what they can do day to day on the wards, particularly in light of some of these issues around mould?
So the full-time employees is governed by the contract.
Mm-hmm.
However, we actually have a casual workforce that's supporting the delivery of increased activities like dealing with mould.
Okay, so are you able to let us know then how many sort of permanent staff are there, and what has been the increase in contract staff to help deal with some of these issues more recently?
So we have approximately 175 staff on site across all the services, and in the cleaning service, where the question's coming from, we have 17 casual staff in that space as well.
Okay, thank you. That's my time, so thanks.
I'll start with a few questions before I go to my colleague. Starting with Honeywell, it's my understanding from earlier evidence that compliance with relevant standards requires records such as asset registers, preventative maintenance schedules and records. Are you able to provide those documents to the committee, please?
All of them? Certainly, they're provided in various asset plans and contained in the registers, but yeah, we can work through how we can do that for such a long period of time.
Perhaps the last few years' worth, maybe rather than 2005, let's say the last 3 years' worth, I think would be of most interest to the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. We heard evidence from Calvary Healthcare that you have representation on their various health safety committees, etc. These issues, particularly with mould and insects, where they ended up posing a risk to staff and patient safety, and patients had to be evacuated. Why didn't you raise that proactively with them through those committees?
The teams have a mould remediation plan that's in place on the site, which is a proactive measure. I think we outlined in our submission what that entails, but it's really to look at areas in the building, identify them, conduct testing, and rectify those areas. So there is a weekly report out that takes place. So yeah, I think that, and it's communicated at the monthly operations meeting as well.
Okay, that conflicts with evidence we've had this morning. So Calvary Mater said that you did not raise that proactively at those meetings.
I'm not sure what meetings, perhaps
right.
we've
Look,
got
I'm
different
interested-
meetings in mind, but
I'd be interested if
there
you've
is a
got
weekly
minutes
report.
or records or copies of those weekly reports.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Coming to Novacare, is there a rectification plan for the claddings works? Does it exist?
Our understanding is that the state has reached an agreement with the construction contractor to come back onto site and replace the cladding. We have been given no knowledge of that agreement. We were involved in conversations last year, but we've not been involved in conversations since December.
Okay. And this QFM help desk notification system, is that a MediRest service or a Honeywell service? Who runs that?
It's a MediRest service.
Okay. So when staff make notifications to you of infrastructure or maintenance issues that might pose a risk to staff or patient safety, what's your process to then alert Calvary Healthcare to those issues?
Do you want to tackle that one? Absolutely. So we take calls either via phone or via email into our help desk. Those events or jobs are then posted in our QFM system, which is a login system, and those jobs are then passed out to the relevant service lines. As an example, if somebody wanted an extra meal, it would go to catering. If it was a plumbing issue, it would go to Hard FM. Simplistically, that goes out to them. They pick up the job. Under their contract, they've got certain timelines to undertake that work. And once that work's finished, that work's then closed down by that relevant service line, and an automatic email notification goes back out to the representative who placed that call, saying what's been happening with a work order.
Okay, but what about the rest of the staff? So if this is an issue that might affect a whole ward or multiple staff members, what communication goes to everybody who might be impacted by an issue while you're investigating or rectifying it?
So the help desk role is just to take the role, take the job, pass it out. The hospital itself has a code issue. So this is a instance in the hospital where it's widespread. The hospital can call a code yellow.
Look, I've worked in a public hospital. I'm talking about incidents well below the threshold for calling a code. So, things we've been told this morning, like potentially contaminated water supply or the mould in the air conditioning, those sorts of examples.
So our role is to pass it on to the relevant contractors to deal with. That information is readily available, and that information is passed on to to HAC on a weekly and a monthly basis.
Okay, so whose job is it to actually notify Calvary Healthcare and the clinical staff?
Our role is to create a report on a weekly and a monthly basis from that report, and it will be down to the relevant service line to notify the
So who gets that report?
That report goes to the hospital and it goes to HAC.
So when you say the hospital, you mean Calvary Healthcare?
Yes. So the report goes out once a month. But in line to if there's a specific issue, our help desk will triage it and send it to a service line. It's outside their expertise to understand of the seriousness, and it's up to that service line then to flag that into the hospital if there's an issue.
Okay. It boggles my mind that this was seen as an efficient way to manage anything, but I will pass to my colleague in the interest of time, Ms. Boyd.
And good afternoon to all of you.
To be frank, there seems to be a lot of buck passing here. No one seems to actually be particularly responsible, but it's true, isn't it, that you all have a WHS duty. You are all the PCBUs when it comes to the risk to the health and safety of people at these premises. To the extent that somebody dies, for example, you would be liable for industrial manslaughter if it was found to have been as a result of a failure to protect against risks of health and safety. So amongst you and under your contractual arrangements, how do you get comfortable that those obligations are being met and that you are not exposing yourselves to liability when something like this happens?
Now I'll start with Honeywell.
Okay. We take health and safety very seriously at Honeywell, and we respond to concerns, and we are comfortable that we are managing the requirements that we need to manage. However, and this is a reason that we have been very proactive in commissioning expert reports to fix the fundamental issues that have taken place at the hospital, which is the cladding, which has been a long time and created a lot of issues over the years, which I'm pleased is now being resolved, and also the outdated HVAC system that Victoria mentioned earlier. And we put those recommendations forward so that we can ensure that the facility operates in the way that it should. And so, but we are meeting our health and safety obligations, and that's the reasons we have these additional preventative inspections, the mould management plan, because we need to put additional things in place, which we have, until the root causes are finally resolved.
Could I ask Novacare, under the original project deed and contractual documents, it's you that is responsible for receiving notifications of breach, etc. Under the contractual arrangements as they're operating, are all of those things now dealt with directly with Honeywell, or are they all? Sorry.
Breach notices or any notices from HAC are still all passed first to Novacare, and then we have an obligation under our contracts, under the contract documents, to then pass those relevant notices on to the subcontractors.
So how many breaches have you been given notification of by HAC?
I think over the life of the project, and it's obviously the project's been operational for 17 years. I've not been on the board of Novacare for 17 years, so I can't comment on the whole period. But of the ones that I'm aware of, most recently, so since mid-December 2025, we've received 3 separate breach notices, which have all been responded to. And I believe that there was one other breach notice previously relating to the cladding, and that was perhaps 2023, I can't remember.
Perhaps you could take it on notice just to check what other breaches have been notified of over the years. Also, if you could tell me how many of those breaches were not rectified within 5 business days, how many were given an extension, noting that extensions up to 40 days permitted under the contracts. Do you know how many cure plans to remedy breach have been agreed with HAC?
Cure plans have been submitted for every breach notice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure whether or not they've been agreed. I think in some cases HAC has come back and asked further questions, which we responded to, and it becomes kind of more of a question and answer thing. I don't know whether or not there's been a formal process to confirm that the cure plans have been accepted or not.
Perhaps if you could come back to me with how many cure plans have been submitted over the years, how many prevention plans have been submitted, and whether there are any of those still outstanding that it is seen that HAC is not having properly implemented, because that would then lead to potential rights of termination, wouldn't it, under the contract?
I think the challenge is very much that you land in a world where there is a dispute over whether or not there was a breach in the first place. So while Novacare and Honeywell and Medirest have issued cure plans, there's still a dispute as to whether or not the original breach was actually a breach of contract. And so while we work incredibly hard to ensure that as far as possible the issues on the ground that are within our control are progressed, without having those issues signed off, it's very hard to actually implement cure plans. And without an agreement over whether or not the underlying breach actually occurred in the first place, we just end up in a cycle of dispute.
Yes. Yeah, understand. That's unfortunately the issues with all contracts of this kind. Can I ask, we heard about abatement amounts from the Honeywell rep earlier. There's also other types of payments that are payable under the contracts for various breaches. Can you tell me, have you paid any amounts to the HAC by way of indemnification for claims or loss of death, personal injury, other loss due to a failure to maintain the premises?
No.
Okay. Have there been any other compensation payments made for breach that haven't come out as by way of abatement? Okay. Under the contractual arrangements, there's an overriding duty to perform your obligations in a way that satisfies the objective and intention that the public-private partnership will provide high-quality hospital functions. Do you think that maggots falling out of the ceiling is evidence that you're operating high-quality hospital functions?
I'm a director on the board of Novacare. We're not responsible for provision of hospital functions. Those obligations are all passed down to the subcontractors, so I don't think that's a question for Novacare.
Okay, then I'll come back to you, Ms. Rigg, on your WHS duty, because you are still, you still do have that work health and safety duty. How do you, if everything is passed down in that subcontracting way, how do you get comfortable that your entities are not going to be liable for something like industrial manslaughter?
I think, as with everybody else, as an organisation, Novacare takes workplace health and safety very seriously. Over the years, we've done a number of things to be comfortable that we're doing everything we can to reasonably ensure that we're complying with the Workplace Health and Safety Act in the way that we're required to do, including things like audits of the safety systems that are implemented by both Honeywell and Medirest. We've at times employed expert third parties to do a full review of workplace health and safety to ensure that from our perspective we're comfortable that the policies and procedures implemented by Honeywell and Medirest on site are appropriate. Novacare doesn't have any employees, so we don't have any direct ability to, or any direct people on site. We don't have any any direct employees that we're responsible for, but we're very aware that we are one of the many people at the Novacare, at the Newcastle Mater site, that are people who could be considered to be conducting a business or undertaking.
Just a final question from me. So under the contractual arrangements, the government has the ability to step in on the basis that there's been an emergency or a significant default. So an emergency is something that threatens or has caused material damage or disruption to personal health and safety, or led to a cessation of services, or might impede the provision of hospital functions. Has the government indicated any intention to step in to cover one or more of the functions of the hospital?
I believe that the only time that the state has indicated that they may intend to step in is in relation to the cladding.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chair.
Before we go to the government time, Ms Whitehead, who is the facilities director who's on site at the Mater Hospital today?
Mr. James O'Brien is the facility director.
Okay, so he is at work today?
Yeah, I believe he's working today.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the government.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for coming today. I might start by just asking each of you whether you've visited the Calvary Mater Hospital.
Yes, I have.
Yes, you, Mr. Wim? Yep.
Yeah, on a number of occasions I have.
Yes.
Yes, I have on a number of occasions.
Thank you. So you know its importance and significance to the region of the Hunter. You're all nodding your head. I'll just note for Hansard.
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of the mission of the Calvary and the Sisters of Mercy that we heard earlier today, we know the connection, the deep connection there is to faith. Indeed, the cross in the Calvary emblem. I wondered if I could start by just a question to Novacare. My understanding, when the facilities were first refurbished, there was a crucifix above the entrance to theatres that was taken down to enable the works to occur. That was not put back up. Would you consider that to be consistent with the values of Calvary?
We weren't around when the building was constructed, and we weren't involved in the design process or the construction process. The design was delivered to a very extensive plan that was agreed with the government, so I can't really comment on that.
Well, to be fair, that wasn't my question to comment on the design. It was, do you think that not putting a crucifix back up to the entrance to theatres is consistent with the Catholic values and the mission of Calvary?
I don't know, because I don't work for Calvary, and unfortunately the Calvary submission was not publicly available, so we haven't had the benefit of being able to read it.
But it is now. I'll also just add, and that isn't evidence that's contained within the Calvary mission, I might add. The crucifix was put back up, but only after a group of enterprising surgeons who noticed it wasn't there and threatened to literally bring in step ladders and put it back up themselves. They were told by Novacare at the time it would cost thousands to put back up. What do you have to say to that?
It was not something that happened in the time that we have been involved in this project, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's pretty unacceptable, but I think it highlights just the issues that are inherent within this hospital. That such a fundamental, violation basically could have occurred, and that it was only through, doctors literally threatening to bring in step ladders and put it back up themselves that it miraculously reappeared. Anyway, I might move on now to issues around the mould management plan. In terms of Novacare, understand you've got a mould management plan. It's been in place for some 15 years. And I think I'd just ask if you could take on notice providing a copy of that plan to the inquiry. I know Calvary also took that on notice, but if that's something that you're able to do.
That's a Honeywell plan.
That's a Honeywell plan? Are you able to take on notice providing that to the inquiry, please?
Yes, I think I already did that. But
great,
yes,
thank you.
Absolutely.
So what were the warning signs within that plan that were supposed to trigger action?
The warning signs?
Yes.
I'm not sure what you mean. The plan is about a proactive approach to mould management. So I think we spell it out in our submission that it's about prevention, and that in the submission we detail what that means: twice yearly cleaning of coils, fans and drip trays, inspection of air distribution components, and obviously this is to the extent that it impacts the HVAC services.
To be fair, the plan hasn't worked because the place is full of mould.
So I'm talking about the HVAC piece,
which is also, as I understand, full of mould. There were photos that were provided to the committee and indeed to the media to suggest that. So given the plan was in place and it's a proactive plan, as you're saying, how did the mould get so bad that a dangerous organism like Aspergillus was found across multiple wards without anyone acting upon it?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's the root cause analysis that's really important here, because we can react and do all of these things, but until the fundamental issues of the persistently damp building after a weather event and the dehumidification issues with the HVAC design are resolved, we really, it's very difficult to proactively manage these issues, and therefore we find ourselves in this difficult position of trying to be proactive, but then having to also be reactive because the building doesn't support.
So you say mould was first detected at elevated levels in 2015 in the submission.
That's right. Yeah.
At what point did Honeywell form the view that this was not a recurring maintenance issue, but a systemic design failure requiring executive level intervention?
I think we made the recommendations for the replacement of the HVAC system. The root cause analysis was concluded in 2021 after a number of items. There was 2015, as you mentioned, and then there was some inspections and other things put in place. And then in 2017, the mould remediation register was developed and provided on a weekly basis. And then in 2018, elevated levels were detected again via the testing process, and then again in 21, and then the root cause analysis was conducted, and those recommendations have been put forward on a number of occasions.
When you say in your submission that the HVAC was compliant at the time it was installed, but incapable of controlling humidity, did Honeywell consider whether continued operation in a cancer hospital created a risk profile that required stronger interim controls than routine maintenance?
This system I think it was built in the 1980s. And so when it was built, it was built in accordance with the building standards at the time. And so that's where, these expert reports have identified that it no longer serves that purpose for the hospital and needs a major upgrade.
So what did you do specifically to protect patients while you were waiting for approvals and other things?
I think we've gone through the mould remediation plans and the things that we did, and all of those things were, with a view to protecting patients, staff, our own team on site.
What formal risk escalations did Honeywell issue to Novacare, HAC and hospital management once it knew the combination of facade leaks and no dehumidification meant mould would likely recur?
I think it's outlined. Sorry about that. Outlined in our submission that we made a number of recommendations over an extended period of time.
Are you able to provide the details of those on notice to the committee? Those escalations?
Yeah, I think it's outlined in our submission of the dates when we made those escalations.
Yeah, the dates are outlined, but I'm asking for the formal escalations. So emails, correspondence, whatever that would have been.
Formal, yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Absolutely.
Did anyone within the PPP consortium, so a question for you all, at any point in time put off maintenance, delay the clean-up or avoid ordering safety testing because it would cost too much?
I can answer for Honeywell. We don't delay safety for a cost, and if anything, we go over and above to try to manage the facility under the circumstances that we're in.
We're not involved in provision of day-to-day activities on site, and so it's not a question that would be relevant to what Novacare does as an organisation. It's very much a question for MediRest and Honeywell.
I'm not aware of any instances of that.
Thank you. At some of the Section 81 WHS meetings that we've heard from other witnesses, the same person at those meetings was allowed to speak on behalf of Novacare and Honeywell at the same time. Can you explain why that was allowed?
I can't comment on that, I'm afraid.
So we weren't at those meetings.
I can't comment either.
So they're two separate companies with separate responsibilities. How were any conflicts of interest between them potentially managed?
Sorry, we weren't at those meetings.
So you're not aware of how any conflicts were managed?
I'm not aware of the meetings. We're directors on the board of directors.
Yep.
We're not involved in
These are
day-to-day things that happen on site.
Fair enough, but these are Section 81 WHS meetings which resulted from a performance improvement notice that was issued on the facility. I would have thought that you would have taken an interest in what's occurring at the site.
Oh, well, we absolutely take an interest. We're on site, we're working on site every day.
So perhaps you could take on notice then why that occurred, if it occurred, why that occurred, and how any conflicts of interest were managed.
Yeah, can you repeat that just so that I can
Section
clearly understand?
81 WHS meetings,
understand
the
that.
same person was allowed to speak on behalf of both Novacare and Honeywell.
Okay.
So my question to you was why that was allowed,
Do you know who
and
that
then how
person-
any conflicts of interest were handled when one person was supposed to represent both.
Do you know who that person was? Because
I don't have that information to hand.
Okay. We'll try and resolve that. I mean, there is a Novacare representative on site, and he may speak on behalf of the consortium. So I suspect that might be the person, and that wouldn't be. I don't think we would have a conflict there. But yeah, if I could understand the specifics of that, happy to try to respond.
Did Honeywell ever recommend temporary ward closures, patient relocations, limits on use of affected areas or other operational restrictions before the 2026 crisis occurred?
What crisis are you referring to?
Maggots falling from the ceiling.
Right, Honeywell will make recommendations in terms of, there's requirements to identify areas that are going to have work conducted in them, and then there's a process where obviously the hospital needs to approve that so that there's no impact on clinical services.
Did you ever recommend that occur? And if you didn't, why didn't you recommend it occur?
Recommend that a ward be
temporary ward closures, patient relocations, limits on use of affected areas or other operational restrictions?
I think it's a very broad question. I find that difficult to understand and to respond to because of how broad it is. Would you?
Perhaps you could take it on notice. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure how to respond to it, so I'm not being difficult.
It's a pretty straightforward question. Did you ever recommend temporary ward closures, patient relocations, limits on use of affected areas or other operational restrictions?
Okay, I'll try to take that on notice.
Thank you, that'd be great. You say Honeywell spent more than $2 million on mould cleaning and remediation. Over what period, on what works, and with what measured outcomes was that?
It's outlined in our submission. Let me just go there. There were cleaning, replacing ceiling tiles, diffusers, inspection and replacement of accessible flexible ductwork. There was more than 120 additional HEPA filters purchased, additional activities from subcontractors, condition assessments. There are a range of items that Honeywell has implemented in order to improve the conditions.
And has that reduced the recurrence?
Well, what we say is that the root cause needs to be addressed. So I think we do all of these things to try to be proactive, but we need to address the root cause so that we can make sure that the hospital can operate without having to worry about these items.
So the water tank was flagged for replacement more than 2 years before I think locals sort of really blew the whistle on that in August 2025. Honeywell was reportedly aware it was in a deteriorating condition. Why was it left supplying the hospital in that condition?
My understanding of the water tank issue is that it was changed out to a fiberglass tank. But however, the water tank is bypassed. So yeah, I don't think it was even used for a period of time because it's been bypassed. So it was unnecessarily replaced.
Just a question for Medirest now. We've heard a lot about the challenges facing cleaners at the site. Will Medirest commit to additional cleaners to the specific cleaning of the mould, not just the day-to-day cleaning of the hospital? That's always got to happen.
So maybe I talk to you about how we actually perform the services and how we manage the staff. We actually have a cohort of employees that perform the program cleaning, and we also have a cohort of staff that actually perform the reactive cleaning, which is where the mould response actually comes from. We don't mix those, so our programmed cleaning is performed by a fixed team. In terms of the reactive cleaning, that's where our casual workforce comes in, and so the casual workforce is allowing us to actually manage the peaks when it comes to the additional tasks.
So my understanding is cleaning staff have worked excessive overtime for months. In terms of reactive cleaning, I would have thought things like bed cleaning, theatres, that is what your more reactive cleaning is provided for. Reactive cleaning, a terminal clean for an MRSA room, for example, not to fumigate mould from a hospital facility. So I again put the question to you, will you put on additional cleaning staff to specifically address this issue of mould?
This contract is actually an interesting one in that we actually don't employ the staff that actually provide the full-time services. Those employees are employed by health, and then there's a management arrangement that actually comes in under us. We are allowed to bring on casual workforce to perform those tasks.
Okay, I think that's my time, Chair, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Mr. Donnelly has one last question and I have one last question. We've been running a bit behind this session.
Okay, all right. Just my question to Ms Whitehead. Ms Whitehead, with respect to the role of the witness who's not been able to make it here today, is he a direct report to you in terms of his responsibilities, or?
No.
Right. So are you able to provide him with lawful instructions about to do things as a senior representative of the company? Are you able to instruct him in your role within the company to follow an instruction you give him, as long as it's a lawful instruction?
Yes.
Yes. So are you in a position to contact him and ask him to see whether he'd like to come, because we've got a short break coming up for afternoon tea, and come along and provide evidence to the inquiry?
I have spoken to him, so I sat with him this morning.
Yeah.
And
no, that's my question. My question is, given you've given the evidence now, and he should be comforted by that the senior representative provided evidence, are you prepared to contact him during the break and ask him to come along and make himself available to provide evidence to the inquiry?
he's already declined. I'm worried about my team's well-being, so my preference would be that I represent. I think I'm the most appropriate person to represent.
Well, with due respect, that's not your call. My question is, are you prepared to contact him and suggest to him, would he like to allow himself to come to this afternoon? And,
I can contact him, yes.
And you'll let us know what his response is? And you'll let us know what the response is?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
My question was actually the same question as Mr. Donnelly's, noting you've told us that he's well enough to be at work today on site as the facilities director, so he's obviously well enough to be here and ask our questions, and the committee's made its view very clear that we would like him to answer some questions. Thank you. That brings us to the end of this session. If there are supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in contact with you about those, and we'll now break until 3:45 for afternoon tea. Thanks. Before I swear in our last group of witnesses, Mr. Donnelly, I understand you had a conversation with Ms. Whitehead and you'd like to update the committee.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through your Chair. People recall that just before we broke for afternoon tea, I invited Ms. Lisa Whitehead, who is representing Honeywell at the hearing this afternoon. She's the head of Australia Honeywell, whether she would be prepared to contact Mr. James O'Brien, who had been planned and summons to attend this afternoon. Would he be prepared to, in the event of his non-appearance earlier, come before the inquiry this afternoon and after the afternoon tea and provide evidence? She indicated that she would do so. Just during the break, Ms. Whitehead's assistant came to me and said that she's conveying the message that the call was put through by Ms. Whitehead to Mr. O'Brien, who we understand is at work at the Calvary facility as we speak, and that he would not be available to come this afternoon and provide evidence. And I said that I would pass it on to the inquiry.
Thanks for that update to the committee, Mr. Donnelly. It's certainly a disappointing one. Welcome to our final witnesses for today. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you please state your name and position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation, starting on my left with Ms. Skulander.
Hello, thank you. My name is Emma Skulander. I am the Deputy Secretary of Infrastructure and Asset Management at New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hi, I'm Tracy McCosker. I'm the Chief Executive of Hunter New England Local Health District. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, I will.
Go ahead.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and assist the inquiry into Calvary Mater, Newcastle. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the patients, families and staff members who have been affected by the matters raised here today, and thank those who bravely provided evidence and made submissions. To all patients, families and staff members who have experienced uncertainty or distress as a result of these matters, we are deeply sorry. We also recognise that community confidence is critical and it has been impacted by these issues. Hospitals must be safe places where people feel safe and supported during some of the most difficult moments of their lives. And we understand the importance of listening carefully and responding seriously to the community's concerns. I also want to acknowledge all the clinicians, nurses and staff members at Calvary Mater and right across the district. They have continued to provide exceptional care, remaining focused on providing the best outcomes for patients. Their ongoing professionalism and dedication deserves recognition. New South Wales Health's priority is the safety and well-being of patients, staff members and visitors. Ensuring our community continues to have access to safe care and the staff caring for them have a safe working environment and has guided our every action. Hospitals are complex environments supported by extensive building infrastructure and technical systems that operate 24/7 to support patient care. Across New South Wales Health, we manage more than 220 hospitals and over 4,000 buildings. Issues with building systems can arise in environments of this scale and complexity. What matters most is that issues are identified, investigated and addressed so that care can continue to be provided safely, and this is an ongoing effort. In the case of Calvary Mater Newcastle, there is the additional overlay of the PPP for the delivery of facility management services. It may be helpful to briefly summarise for the committee the structure of that arrangement, including the role of New South Wales Health, as it is relevant to the issues of governance and accountability that form part of the committee's term of reference. And so I'll hand over to Ms. Skulander to do that in her opening statement.
So the PPP involves the construction of a new building and refurbishment of existing buildings and the provision of facility maintenance services at Calvary Mater Hospital until 2033. The state party to the contract is the Health Administration Corporation. The day-to-day management of the PPP contract is delegated to Hunter New England Local Health District. The Ministry of Health also plays a role, including through its funding of health services provided at the hospital by Calvary. The other party to the PPP contract is Novacare. Novacare has subcontracted a range of its contractual responsibilities to other parties, to Abbey Group, who were subsequently lend-leased to construct the hospital, to Honeywell to provide hard facility maintenance services, including the building fabric, general building maintenance, engineering systems, and full life cycle maintenance of the facility, and to Medirest to provide soft facility maintenance services, things like cleaning, catering, other non-clinical support services relating to the day-to-day usage of the hospital. HAC, as the contract manager, has a role in holding Novacare accountable for delivering on Novacare's contractual obligations under the PPP contract. Because Novacare has subcontracted certain responsibilities to other parties, with whom New South Wales Health does not have a contract, it's essential for the success of this particular PPP that all contracts, either with HAC or with Novacare, are robust and capture relevant obligations, and that all of the parties fulfil their obligations under their respective contracts. To be most effective, the parties also need to work together in a productive manner and a shared understanding of respective accountabilities of the parties. Unfortunately, it's become apparent to New South Wales Health over a period of time that these necessary elements are missing from this particular PPP. And it is fair to say that New South Wales Health shares the frustration of clinicians, staff members, and the community about the pace at which performance issues have been addressed. New South Wales Health has, over a period of time, used various contractual and non-contractual levers to try to enforce effective performance by the contract partners. More recently, with the increasing escalation of the scope and seriousness of the performance issues, New South Wales Health has taken a number of formal steps under the contract. These include application of payment deductions due to service failures, issuing formal breach notices to Novacare with respect to a range of issues like mould and pest infestation, stepping in to replace the cladding on the building, and triggering a comprehensive independent inspection of the entire building that will inform advice to government on options going forward. As the Minister has stated, we're reviewing options. New South Wales Health and Treasury are working together to review options for a sustainable future at Calvary Mater. Very clearly, New South Wales Health's position is that this is not workable as it stands. The clinical services that this facility provides are an essential part of service delivery to our local community. Above all, the responsibility of New South Wales Health is to ensure safe care for patients and safe working environment for staff in the Hunter New England Local Health District. That responsibility will continue to guide our actions as we address these issues. New South Wales Health welcomes the opportunity to assist the community. Thank you, Chair. We're happy to assist the committee with its questions.
Thank you very much. I'll start with a couple of questions of my own. You mentioned in your opening statement the breaches of contract that have already occurred and notices that have been issued. We've already heard from the consortium that they dispute some of those breaches, but in the view of New South Wales Health, how many breaches of the contract have there been?
5 breaches of the contract have been issued to them.
Okay. And what's the value of the abatement notices that have been issued?
In terms of the abatement, so there are 2 different things. So under the contract, maybe could I just go back one step and explain a bit of context around some of that, because I think we will come to that level of detail. I think that fundamentally some of the evidence that we've heard today has demonstrated what we have seen as a lack of accountability of the partners under the contract. And ultimately, Novacare have made a statement that some of the works they dispute the breach notices of. There's a fundamental misalignment in terms of what is in the contract, the project deed that we have with Novacare, and their interpretation of their responsibilities under that contract. And I was gobsmacked at one point today in relation to the lack of accountability around some of those issues, and that specifically is around maintaining the building at a particular condition. And that's sort of the foundation of all of the issues arising, that the intent of this PPP is around outsourcing to the private consortium the requirement to maintain the facility and keep the facility up to a standard. And certainly they're required in that contract to maintain the facility to a standard that is, amongst other things, safe, suitable for purpose, structurally sound for its intended use, and it complies with Australian standards. I felt that was fundamentally different to the perception in their statement earlier, and I think that really is the foundation of the problem here. So to go back to your question about breach notices, The breach notices are one aspect of action that we've taken under this contract. It's not the first of the actions that we've taken. The abatements are under an abatement regime which is available to leverage within the contract. The abatement regime leads us to then be able to issue breach notices. So the value of the abatements, I think publicly stated, is somewhere in the tens of millions of dollars. I think earlier today, the evidence around the actual application of the dollars from that demonstrates that we haven't necessarily withheld all of that from the payments. Now, in terms of that, I think we can talk a little bit about the why behind that, but fundamentally we're trying to maintain a working relationship with the parties. So that's one contractual avenue. Then, in accordance with the contract, we meet with a project coordination group, and there are several mechanisms for escalating issues to that project coordination group. Ultimately then, when we've not been satisfied with actions, a breach notice. So the breach notices are very significant under the contract. There are 5 breach notices between 2021 and 2026. The foundation of that is sort of 3 main issues. 3 of them actually relate to the cladding, which I'm happy to talk more about. One relates to the HVAC and the mold issues, and one relates to the maggot infestation, and reflecting the escalation in the facilities management failures, essentially.
Thank you. That was helpful. And certainly for my own part, it was notable that we've heard an apology from the Health District today, but not from any of the private providers on the previous panel. I understand that Health has incurred some expense having to step in directly to rectify some of these issues given the delays. Are you able to tell us how much that's cost the taxpayer?
No, but with caveat, I guess. We've stepped in at the moment in relation to the cladding works. There's been 3 breach notices around the cladding works, and fundamentally everyone has agreed that the cladding needs to be replaced. A lot of the evidence you've heard today reflects back on the original building condition and issues with waterproofing or whatever, and you know, we don't exactly know, but we know that people have been complaining that the building's been leaking from the outset, so evidently there is something wrong there. At the time, this building was built by Abbey Group, and since then Lendlease have taken over from Abbey Group. In relation to the work to do the cladding, Lendlease have been very collaborative with us as a state to try to put forward proactive solutions for fixing the cladding. In fact, acknowledging that there is some responsibility on their part, given Abbey Group originally constructed it. And so the challenge has been that in the middle of that, Novacare not accepting that they have responsibility, and the contract with Novacare and originally Abbey Group was out of our hands. And so there's a contractual challenge there that we've been struggling to sort of break through. And ultimately then we have stepped in and directly contracted that work with Lendlease to get the work completed. And they are, again, proactively working with us to try and get the work done to get it fixed. In terms of the cost, there is a cost to this, but it sort of all needs to come out in the wash of the equation of how we navigate the next steps with Novacare, because really our very strong view is they had a responsibility in relation to this cladding. And so we have gone around the contract, but somehow we will need
I'll reframe my question because it sounds like it's not an actual cost yet. What's
will
the
be a
value of the works that have had to be directly contracted?
I don't know the number because Lendlease to some extent are accepting some responsibility with regard to it. So okay. I can take on notice to see if there's anything that I can specifically provide as a number within that.
Please.
But it's not actually it's not a very easy thing to answer because of some of the haze around that.
I appreciate your explanation of why it's hard to answer, and I think we'd appreciate even a ballpark. We're not counting pennies here, but understing the order of magnitude
Certainly
would be helpful to the committee.
I'll see whether there's anything we can provide there.
Thank you. Last question from me before I go to my colleagues. You've already mentioned in your opening statement as well the requirement to maintain the facility to meet certain Australian standards, and that's been discussed earlier today. What are the normal checks and balances or procedures that you'd expect to be followed in meeting those standards?
There are several. So I guess there's the original build would have a sign-off that at the time standards were met. you would be expecting that under the contract that the requirement to meet the Australian standards is being reviewed and audited by the parties in the contract to ensure that standards are being met. Now, the challenge for us is not having entire visibility of all the bits and pieces of that building, which is what we're looking at with the building investigation that we're doing now. So along the way, and I think, relative, the plumbing Australian standard was the one that was referenced earlier today. I know where to find the plumbing Australian standard, but I don't have access to go and have a look whether that particular pipe meets that Australian standard. And so that granular level of detail, you are reliant upon the contracting party to be ensuring that they're working through that level of detail. In this instance, my understanding is that's Honeywell's requirement, but I don't know the contracting arrangement between Novacare and Honeywell to know if that is in that contract.
Sure, and I suppose at a more granular level, I mean, you brought up the plumbing. One of the many examples we've heard today was this question of water supply connections and inadequate protection from contamination and backflow. If you were seeking to hold Honeywell accountable for meeting that standard, what would you typically expect to be provided in terms of evidence that the standard was being met?
We would use specialist, experts in the space to be providing us with advice. So if specifically you were to say, go away and confirm that backwash issue is compliant or not compliant with an Australian standard, I would find a plumber like the person that you've spoken to today who would use the Australian standard and do an audit against it, and then they would provide us with advice, and that would be what we would do with any sort of those technical standards. We can't make that judgment ourselves, but we'd find independent consultants to support the work.
And are you seeking that kind of advice as part of the investigation you're doing now?
In the building investigations that we're doing now, we are doing a review of compliance, which sort of looks at initially the HVAC system and then the full building fabric, including the systems. So yes, that's the intention, to really get an understanding of what the problems are.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a couple. Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for being here. I just wanted to go back, Ms. Scalander, to the part where you talked about the money for abatements versus how much is actually paid out for the non-lawyers, including myself. And in simple terms, it sounds like there could potentially have been tens of millions of dollars of worth of sort of abatements or fines issued, but that hasn't been pressed to try to have a working relationship, and only sort of less than $5 million. I'm happy for either or to answer it, but I guess just for the average person listening to this inquiry, can you just explain why you maybe could have been a bit harsher but have chosen not to, or how that works in practice?
I'm happy to answer that.
Please. Yep.
Just for some context, I was appointed as Chief Executive in April 2023, acting prior to that from February, March. I was briefed on, the deteriorating relationship between the managers from Honeywell and Novacare on the ground at Calvary Mater. I had been told that there had been breaches issued and breach notices issued and abatements, and we had sort of short paid them, and you heard today that it goes to Novacare and they just passed it on to Honeywell. Unfortunately, that made the relationship worse, and it started to get quite toxic on the ground because we had short paid and they were refuting and disputing our breach notices. And over the course of time, I felt like we needed to do some sort of intervention to try and get the relationship on the ground better, because that's what was really causing a lot of stress for the staff. My staff were feeling bullied and pressured. So what I did was I put a hold on the abatements in good faith to try and call the parties around the table and negotiate and come to an agreement of how we could work better. I also, over time, there was counterclaims of bullying from Novacare and Honeywell about the project director and people on the ground. Those people were incredibly stressed, and I actually suggested that our project director take some leave for his own well-being, and we put another project director in to try and a fresh approach. I was trying to be really conciliatory. I actually asked if they could do the same because the relationships with the managers there was, very damaged, but they did not agree to that. So we got around the table and everyone was very enthusiastic to meet. However, it became pretty obvious that they were only around the table to try and recoup that short payment. There was not a lot of cooperation in how we could relook at how we could do things, how we could work better to make things happen. So we've held off still, trying in the hope that we could make that relationship work, but it's not working, and it's actually quite broken now.
I think one of the other pieces there is just you apply the abatements and then you're making a payment monthly, I think that's right, isn't it, to them, and you're withholding some of that based on the abatements that you've applied. I guess the intention there is that you've still got that hanging over them, that money is essentially owing. The reason for doing that is because the parties going into administration is potentially a more impactful for the clinical service continuity than trying to keep them afloat and trying to solve the problem. So ultimately, health has prioritised maintaining service continuity on that site through this period, albeit I can hear from today it has been a very challenging environment to be working in, but really it was the intention to try to maintain those parties in the roles that they were playing to come out of the other side in a more favourable position in good faith.
Can I ask, Ms McCosker, just picking up on something that you said where I think you made a suggestion to Honeywell or to Novacare about making some changes to their personnel on the ground as well. Did that include suggesting that Mr James O'Brien was maybe moved to a different role?
Yes, they were both. The current people were in their roles when I suggested they change.
Okay, and have members of your staff been concerned about being bullied by those individuals, including Mr O'Brien?
Yes, they have, and we have given HR support to those people.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The comprehensive review of the building, I think you said in your opening remarks, Ms Galander, just to have a good proper look at what exactly is going on. Is there a time frame for that? Do you anticipate that will be made public? One of the concerns obviously has been a bit of a lack of transparency about what's going on. Do you have any advice in relation to that?
Yeah, and I also noted that in Mr Bruce's evidence earlier,
going to be my next question,
this. Don't worry, I was making my notes. Look, he referenced this piece of work. It's absolutely critical because we can't make any decisions without it. And the intention of the breach notices and the receipt of the cure plan was to try to get some of this information, in particular about the HVAC, but the information received back didn't give us enough to understand really what's going on. And that's why we referenced earlier being, somebody earlier was referencing the cure plans not being accepted by HAC. It's because they don't contain sufficient information for us to confirm or not that the works that are proposed in the cure plan are actually going to fix the problem. And so that's where we determined that we actually have to get in and get these people in there to work out the programme of work. At that point in time, we will be able to determine how we might do this work. So in terms of when that's occurring, the consultants have started. They're in and around the facility from next week, in needing to go into plant rooms and cupboards and things. They've been on the ground but trying not to be too intrusive in the last couple of weeks. I think that the piece of work is estimated to take around 4 weeks, but that's the HVAC piece. I think there's probably another couple of weeks off the back of that. I would say within 2 months we'll have a good picture. Now whether that's the complete picture, but it should give us enough to understand where things are up to. From that, we will determine a programme of work that would be required to get the buildings back to the standard that we deem is required to deliver the health services. We will obviously at that point then need to consider how on earth to get that work done, and that is going to be very challenging just from two lenses. One being, this is an operating facility delivering very critical clinical services, and replacing a HVAC system in that is not an easy thing to do, and we're going to have to put some real rigour into how that gets done. The other is just who does the work, and if we can't reach agreement with Novacare, then clearly something else has to be done there to get that work delivered. So the intention will be to deliver a work plan. In the context of the comment that Mr Bruce made around that, certainly we will do that and share that information with Calvary and make sure that sort of satisfies the service delivery role that Calvary needs to play there. And so coming back with that plan is probably a couple of months away, and then making it public, I think, is a reasonable request. I guess just understanding some of that's quite technical detail, but certainly being very transparent is our absolute intention to give some confidence that we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah. And that, I mean, it's not just a question for the committee, but also I think for the staff, because that's what we've heard a lot about today, people wanting to know what's going on. Can I just ask one more, Chair, quickly? Just in terms of the reporting lines for HAC, so obviously they're sort of like I guess almost a statutory body within. It's a bit complex, is my understanding. But does that sort of come through to you, through to the secretary, to the minister? How does that work?
Yeah, ultimately, so HAC is Health Administration Corporation.
Yeah.
It's a government entity that is established under the Health Administration Act.
Yeah.
We can act as HAC.
Yes.
And so the district in this instance is acting as HAC in administering the contract.
Yeah.
The reporting line, I report as the Deputy Secretary of Infrastructure and Asset Management straight to the Secretary.
Yeah.
I have some system management role in being aware of the PPP contracts and providing support to them. Tracy, as the CE of Hunter New England, reports directly to the Secretary and is responsible for that contract administration.
Okay, so when we had evidence from Mr. Carroll earlier today that he said a report, I think it was back in April last year, where he raised concerns with sort of Hunter New England Health, but it came through HAC, and also to Novacare as well. I think he said it was in a normal sort of project reporting mechanism. Does that go to you, Ms. McCosker, or where does that end up, a report when that is made by a member of staff?
I was notified of that, and that Luke said it was on the 3rd of April.
Yeah.
I have in my diary meetings held on the 4th of April, the 7th of April, the 8th of April, the 9th of April and the 17th of April, meeting to respond to those concerns that were raised. Meeting with Novacare and Honeywell to try and get plans at how they were going to address that. Subsequently to that, when the remediation works were put in place, we asked Novacare to do some additional testing to check that those remediation actions had been effective. They didn't do that, so we've taken on that sort of regular air sampling, air testing ourselves, because we think it's really important to provide that information, to be on top of it, because while yes, we agree that there needs to be a root cause solution to this. In the meantime, we have a very critical operating hospital that we rely heavily on, and so do the patients, and we need to keep it safe and operational, so we're doing all of that. Probably also want to address that a number of staff said that they hadn't got the results of those testing. We have got an independent person testing and an independent company that we trust. I think there was a concern that the person who was doing the testing was sort of someone that worked for Honeywell. That was previous to that time, so we have a new person in. There have been presentations to those Section 81 meetings every time there are results delivered. However, it is very complicated and very confusing if you just handed out a report. So we have been working on providing a report for staff that they will be able to get and understand, and where it's been tested and what the results are and what that means. And we had a meeting yesterday that I chaired of the Section 81 group, and we have undertaken to get that to the staff next week.
Okay, I'll let others.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. Boyd and then the government members. I'm noting that we started this session a few minutes late, so I'm okay with it also finishing a few minutes late so we don't lose any time. Ms. Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much. And good afternoon. Thank you very much for your very clear evidence. I just wanted to ask in relation to those 5 breaches between 2021 and 2026. So are they all currently unrectified? Okay.
The exception of the cladding that has a plan for rectification, which is in our hands.
Okay. So are there so under the contracts, there's the cure plans and prevention plans. Which of them are under a cure plan? Are any under a prevention plan?
I'll have to check the terminology of prevention plan if it's okay. I'll try and come back to you while we're here. I'll just try and get some advice on that. But each of them required a cure plan under the contract, and those cure plans were submitted. I think we've received 3 cure plans, but that they were not of an acceptable standard that we could actually make good decisions from them, and we've requested further information.
Okay. On the basis of that, is it your view then that you would have the ability to either terminate the contract or step in under the contract?
What we've been cognizant of is the arrangements here are obviously contractually complex. There are several clauses under the contract that enable us to take actions, and I think we've just outlined a series of actions that have been taken, particularly escalating actions in the last few years, whereby, breach notices have been issued. There are opportunities in relation to terminating the contract, as you would expect that there would be. What we need to do is make sure that we have fully understood what some of that means before we leap into which avenue we might use to do that. We are very actively working on that, and I mentioned in my opening statement around preparing some options to government. The Minister's been quite clear that we're working on options in relation to that. There is a way through, whether it's step-in rights or whether it's a contract termination. That will be a decision for government.
Okay. And I think it was clear from the witnesses who appeared before you that obviously every step of this is something that could be subject to litigation. There was talk of already there being litigation on foot. Can you tell us anything about, is there litigation currently in relation to this contract ongoing?
In relation to HAC's contract with Novacare, no. But I will say that there are significant contractual discussions underway. I guess in relation to the other parties, we don't have visibility of what litigation may be occurring between different parties, other than we can see very clearly that there's a fractured relationship between them, and clearly things are not working contractually there, but we don't have that view.
Okay, that's incredibly helpful. You might need the help of a bit of legislation from Parliament to clear your way, is what I'm hearing, but just take that as a comment rather than a question. One last question before I hand back. In relation to the cladding, I understand that cladding is of the type that needs to be notified to the Building Commissioner, the aluminium composite panel, and because this is a Class 9 building, being a hospital, there are sort of notification requirements, and even as a tenant, presumably you've got obligations in relation to your fire safety. Can you tell us anything more about that?
I guess the concerns with cladding have been twofold. One is it seems to be letting in water to the building, which is problematic. The other certainly is the an aluminium composite panel. In relation to that, across the health system, we at a point in time reviewed the aluminium composite panel as the Building Commissioner required us to do. For this contract, the notification that you referenced was lodged by Novacare with the Building Commissioner. I think it was 2020 or 21 that they were required to do that, and it was lodged in accordance with that. So there's an acknowledgement around the panel composition. From HAC's perspective, very clearly that needs to be rectified, but there were interim fire safety measures put in place and confirmed to HAC to sort of steer through up to the point that the cladding was replaced. Now, obviously, the sooner the better, and that's really why ultimately we've stepped in so as not to continue to take the risk around those measures, sort of leaning on those measures in the longer term.
Thank you.
Is this Val?
Thank you both for appearing. I wondered if I could start by asking you to outline for the committee, and you've already sort of undertaken some of that, Ms McCosker, just a timeline over which you've had to take relevant action and what those actions have been, because I think we've heard obviously since April 2025 that seemed like that was quite a critical event when Hunter New England were notified of some of the extent of concerns, but even if it's before that, yeah.
Yes, so started in 2023. I think at the time the cladding and the water ingress were the most concerning things that I was first briefed about, but over 24, 25 the mould issues started to escalate. We've already mentioned that there was breaches issued and abatements registered. I also said that I called in tried to get a fresh start, a refresh to the relationship, and called people around the table. We were part of the mediation process as well. An external mediation process was undertaken. That didn't really get us anywhere either. I think the secret to mediation is that you're supposed to all come to the table wanting a resolution, and I'm not sure we wanted the same resolution. I have, I guess, then started to concentrate on the things that I could influence, and so we've really supported the staff on the ground. Been working, and always have for many, many years, worked very closely with Calvary Mater executive and staff. So we have been supporting them, and one of the, I suppose, important things that I've done is because of the lack of trust and accountability that we feel that is happening on the ground with Novacare and Honeywell. My executive director of infrastructure, who is really there to look after the whole of the district, and it's a big district, he basically is 2 days a week at Calvary Mater on site, walking around the building, ensuring that the work that is said that will be done is done, doing additional testing and inspections, and really assisting the Calvary Mater staff, hopefully so that they can get on with actually delivering health services, and we're trying to sort of take the load off them in that regard. Look, I guess what it has been done is made us realise just the pressure that the staff are under, and it is really distressing to hear the evidence that was given today. And I am really sorry that that is people's work experience. I know that the Minister and the Secretary have apologised. I've apologised on a number of occasions that we're in this space, so we're trying to do everything we can to lighten the load, but also it's very important that the community feels confident that Calvary Mater is a safe hospital, and it's a great hospital and it's got great staff, but the staff need to feel safe, and patients and their families need to feel safe. So we're going out of our way to try and make that happen.
Just to that point about, feeling safe and, patients and members of the community, I'm just interested to hear about the communications with staff, and because that is something that's also come up as a concern, staff not being aware of what's happening, and just, there seems like there's a lot of fear and concern on the ground. So can you tell the committee what you're doing about that?
Yeah, so the fear and the angst on the ground is understandable, and I think to start off with, we became very enthusiastic about being vigilant about the testing and the cleaning and I do think that we let the staff down by not providing regular communication, so we have addressed that. Calvary and Hunter New England comms team get together every week and put a communication out, and it goes out to Hunter New England staff, particularly in mental health, Calvary staff, but also to the other staff on the ground. New South Wales Health Pathology have staff there, Breast Screen have staff there, there's other staff there that we make sure that everybody knows what's happening. And if there is an escalated result or anything now, we're going out of our way to make sure that if staff are going to be impacted or there's going to be additional cleaning happening in their space, that they're aware of that before it happens, not arriving at work the next day, which has been happening, or finding out that someone's been overnight trying to fix a problem and they didn't even know someone was in the building. So we're trying to get a lot more clarity around that for the staff.
And is there anything that you're doing proactively that we sort of haven't covered off yet at the site or otherwise?
I just think it's about keeping close to the site, keeping across the issues. We are proactively doing the air testing and proactively now being able to give those results out to staff. And we're open to suggestions from Calvary Mater or anyone to how else we can help.
I might just add to that little bit, because I did also pick up on Mr. Bruce's evidence in relation to not feeling informed about the works occurring. I think that on the ground there's a really good relationship and information transfer there now, but I do acknowledge that I think at executive level we could probably sort of have a better information flow with the Calvary executive sort of above the Mater, and so I'll commit to do that off the back of this.
I think also there is the PCG, which is all the issues that escalated to the, now tell me, remind me.
Project Coordination Group.
Group. And Calvary
they are on.
Mater Executive are on that meeting, so they should be aware of those things.
And so who are the other representatives on that group? Do you know? Does Health have a representative on
Yes.
that?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Yep.
I think that is the coordination group of the PPP, which will have the Novacare representative, Calvary, and ourselves.
Yep. And presumably...
And Honeywell. I'll just clarify that.
Meetings of the PCG contain minutes.
Yes.
Do you know who the secretariat is for the PCG?
I don't, but we can find out.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks. So just if we wanted to ask for minutes.
No, it's just I don't attend, but my executive director.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah. I think Ms. Schoolander, you mentioned earlier a statement about the parties going into administration. I presume you meant Novacare in that statement. How
or anyone, but most likely, I guess.
Yeah. How real of a concern is that, and what would happen if that were to be the case?
I guess it's a concern to the extent that we know that Novacare are an entity established for this purpose. So they're a special purpose vehicle project co thing that they're established for this. So they will have their own equity and debt associated with this deal. And so payments, their financial status, this is nothing about them in particular, but just in the context of a PPP, their financial status will be relying on the money in, money out. And so I don't know the ins and outs of the Novacare finances, but it's just being aware that there's a commercial piece in this that we need to make sure it is whole, or be aware that it's not whole, I suppose, and deal with the implications of that.
And have Health made any inquiries into how they organise or structure the finances, or is there a level of transparency, I should say, over their operations, aside from obviously their annual reports and various other things? If someone wanted to go and find out, how much money they're sending here, there and everywhere, is that something we could do?
That is information that I will need to come back to you with. Certainly at the outset, from a procurement perspective, it would absolutely have been reviewed as part of the procurement process at the outset that there was financial capability and capacity to be able to do this. They're all backed by finance, I guess, debt and equity. Yeah, exactly. And so, that's been reviewed as part of the procurement process. In relation to the financial checks that we're able to do along the way, I'll just need to get some advice on that.
Thank you. I'll just pass to any of my colleagues that have
I think I've got one more. But I'll go to Mr. Buttigieg and then back to Mr.
Thank you. Ms. Schoolander, your evidence earlier about I thought was interesting about, I suppose, if I could paraphrase you and you can confirm whether it's accurate or not. So this separation whereby the relationship breaks down with the people who are supposed to fix all this, and even though there may be, in theory, contractual enforcement mechanisms, in practice, because they're actually the ones who have got the immediate capacity to fix it, you don't want to sort of go down that path because you want things done. Then from a taxpayer's point of view, if I'm looking at this, and you're representing the taxpayers from the department's perspective, there's no transmission mechanism to actually fix this the way that those contracts are organised, is there? Because in a practical sense, they've got us over a barrel. Would that kind of be... No,
the contract is actually sound in my view, in terms of it allocates the responsibility to Novacare for these things that I articulated earlier. The issue is more their interpretation, or
whose interpretation?
Novacare's apparent interpretation of their obligations. And we heard earlier their pass through to Honeywell or pass through to Medirest. And my interpretation of that is whatever they're passing through, they're sort of, my interpretation, but post-boxing it through and getting rid of their own obligations and handing it on. Our contract, I think, is sound, but our ability to get things done has been really challenging and really frustrating. So you're picking up on the point that, using the contract to get things done isn't proving effective, but the mechanisms are there. So, you know, the next steps, which are what we're sort of stepping into now, are getting firmer in terms of that contract, the breach notices and the other things. And ultimately, someone's going to have to make an assessment of who is responsible under this contract. I feel fairly confident in our position there to continue to sort of push that way. But, you know, ultimately, if we're not satisfied that the facility is being fixed at a rate that health requires it to, we're having to do something different.
Yes, of course.
Just add, I mean, I've learned a lot listening to the evidence given today. There was some very disturbing and some very distressing things that I heard today, but one of the things that concerned me was Honeywell's view that they weren't liable for a whole lot of things, and if they're not, we are expecting Novacare to deliver that. So there must be some sort of disconnect between, I think, what Novacare and Honeywell expect out of the contract between the two of them, and clearly for me that seems to be a disconnect that is impacting the results that we get.
But just to touch on some of the earlier evidence, the logical one of the logical conclusions out of that evidence is that if you had a more direct transmission mechanism in that relationship, in other words, if it wasn't a PPP, if it was a public system, you wouldn't have any of these issues, would you? Because you've got direct control over the people doing it.
Yeah, I think that it's very hard to answer because we only know the contract that we have with Novacare, which I think is a good contract that we could, you know, the issue I think is that we don't know then what's contracted down the chain. And so I think in an effective mechanism like this, where the parties all understand their obligations and are all working together nicely, they back to back the contract, and everyone's very clear on what they're doing. It's just very hard to state whether that's occurring or not. So I can't blame the contractual mechanism because I don't know what that contractual mechanism is beneath it. But I will say I'm finding it very challenging myself to figure out how to resolve the issue. So I think that, you know, ultimately we're determining that the arrangements here are not working. I think that's a performance issue or a misunderstanding of someone's own obligations that's the challenge.
Can I ask, that sort of follows on from that? I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ms. Galanda, but basically what you're saying is that it's not necessarily the contract or the PPP arrangement, it's the parties to it, and presumably you mean Novacare, that aren't fulfilling what you see as their obligations, which has caused
I will also say, though, this is a very complicated PPP.
Okay.
More so than other PPPs because of the additional overlay of Calvary providing the service, but also owning the buildings.
Yep.
And so Calvary owns the buildings and leases the buildings to HAC, who in turn have an agreement for Calvary to provide the service. And then separately, we have this PPP for the buildings to be maintained. So I think there's, you know, enough evidence around the world now that you know, PPPs can be effective if they're structured with simplicity, but there are certain factors that are required. And I think this one is a really complicated one, and it's certainly presenting us challenges as we've talked through today, and I don't think we can shy away from that. But it is that additional overlay of some of those additional complexities. Not saying that, though, in the same circumstances, if you took out just the asset component of this, it's a performance issue.
So have you, or to your knowledge, has sort of anybody seen you within the health public service given advice to the Minister about what it would look like to get out of the PPP here?
So we are in the process. We health don't have complete control of the decision making in this regard. We work very closely with Treasury, who own the PPP policy. So in partnership with Treasury, Health is working to prepare those options to have to put to the Minister and government. There are a number of factors that need to be considered in that. One is, where are we versus where the building needs to be when this building gets handed back to Calvary in 2033. At the moment, I don't know if we need however many dollars or this many dollars, and so it's not a financial thing per se, but we actually do need to prepare a bit more information, and that will be put forward for a decision for government.
Is there any indicative costings that you can give the committee at this stage?
No, we're working through options in that regard, and I don't have those costings at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I've got a bit of a niche one for Hunter New England, but I asked this morning to Calvary about, I'm told that patients get sent back to the emergency department for, so inpatients get sent back to the emergency department for drug and alcohol consultations. Why does that happen?
I was surprised to hear that too. I know the response was that doesn't happen. I don't know that happens either. So
okay, so can I clarify? So you've got a co-located Hunter New England Local Health District facility in with the facilities run by Calvary Healthcare. So the inpatient teams from both of those facilities do consult on each other's patients. Is that what your evidence is?
That's my experience, and I've been involved in cases where that has happened, yes, that they have been working together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this a new policy? Was there a time where people got sent back to the emergency department?
Look, I'm not going to say it's never happened, but I'm not aware of it. So if you would like to give me the example, we can look into it.
I'm happy to put it in as a supplementary question, but I've been told a few times from a few different people that this happens, and it's a source of frustration.
I'm probably not as close to the operations as what happens at Calvary Mater, so I'm very happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, that's all right. So far, your evidence is consistent with Calvary's, but it'd be interesting to understand.
Sure.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from committee members?
So just,
go ahead.
Not sure, and thank you very much for coming on this afternoon. Good evidence. It's really just observation, just from witnesses earlier today, and I'm not reflecting because I have no hard evidence, but it was just perhaps best complexion intimated that with respect to Honeywell, it was described as essentially a paper-based system. The way they still operate is still probably defined as sort of old school, so a lot of paper. And it was suggested that with respect to some of the complaints that papers seem to disappear off desks and what have you. You might have heard the evidence. It's sort of put to yourselves that looking ahead with the fact that there's a fair bit to navigate through, a lot, in regards to the entities that we're dealing with, but perhaps some communication or some, probably stronger than communication, sort of pressing them that all historic records be maintained, because obviously who knows what the future is in terms of the destiny of what happens, but if there aren't historic records that are properly archived and maintained and can be, if it is the case, handed over or handed across, whatever the case may be, might present challenges. So I'm not making any imputations about Honeywell specifically, but if there are changes to happen, wanting to have that historic information either in paper or electronic form will be important for health in terms of dealing with the hospital.
Yeah, certainly I was very alarmed to hear some of that evidence around the records and, changing of records. And so I do think that we have something to think about there with regard to how that's captured.
My understanding is with the QFM that was referred to a few times, that Hunter New England has read-only access to that.
Right.
But because of the lack of trust in the relationship, that every morning they go in and they print out the list of things that need to be done, and then they go around and manually check whether those things have been done.
Yeah. Just one final, just with respect to Calvary submission, don't need to go to it, I'm sure you can access it, but paragraphs 16 through to 27 are quite useful, and they're quite a plain English summary of the PPP structure. And paragraphs 26 and 27 on page 5 are quite interesting, because just 26 says, under the project deed, HAC is obliged to ensure Novacare performs its obligations. That's the language used. I'm not quite sure whether they're drawn from the contract document. And this is reflected in the Calvary lease, whereby HAC must use reasonable endeavours to procure that Novacare, open brackets, and some contractors, close brackets, satisfy their obligations. So it is interesting. I just said you could use reasonable endeavours. You could probably drive a fleet of Mack trucks through that and still get through. So
yeah, I mean that just highlights the complexity of the contracts. And if you draw the map, which I think someone referred to the spaghetti map earlier, then it does highlight that it's it's very challenging, and there's different obligations captured in different places. I guess in my opening statement, I did note that HAC's, accountable for or making sure that Novacare or seeking to make sure that Novacare performs under that contract, and certainly that's what we've been trying to achieve.
And just finally, with the next paragraph 27, just goes to the sort of frustration. Of course, there is a project coordination group, but as Calvary mentioned there, and Calvary are a member of that group, and not ex officio, they are actually a member of the group, but they aren't a party to the trust or the project deed. So, I mean, I think they're using gentle language here to sort of indicate, well, quite frustrated they're sort of there, but they're not in terms of dealing with these matters.
And I can appreciate that. I mean, I think if we were in the same position, we'd be highly frustrated as well. I think, as noted, I think there's a bit of an executive connection that we can help to make there and try and keep them informed as we move forward.
Yeah, no, thank you for your evidence.
For Hunter New England, I'm interested in understanding, do you have any role in oversight of clinical outcomes for any of the patients at the Calvary Mater? I know the Calvary Healthcare runs the operations.
Yes, Calvary Healthcare runs the operations, but all the KPIs of Calvary Mater, which are the same KPIs that John Hunter has to achieve in Maitland Hospital, are all included in H&E's performance and my performance. So yes, we have a lot to do with supporting the capability, the capacity, all those things for Calvary Mater. We have them in a huddle every morning about whether they've got enough beds for to reach their KPIs for an emergency department and admissions and all of that. So we work closely with them on
Okay. So for these litany of infrastructure issues, the water not being connected properly, the mould, the pests, the electrical issues, all of them, what work have you done to investigate whether any adverse patient outcomes actually arose from any of those issues? It sounds like there's a very real risk from the evidence that we've heard.
So we've got Hunter New England's got a strong culture of clinical governance. There's a lot of robust systems set up. We have, and you will have seen it, it was actually reported in the paper this morning about the lookbacks that have been done, particularly over quite a number of years. All the evidence points to the fact that there are no deaths attributed directly to the aspergillosis, but we keep looking at all of that. We keep reviewing patient outcomes, and actually Calvary Mater is one of our star performers in regard to hospital-acquired infections and a whole lot of other things. So we do work closely with them on that.
Okay, and I understand, I haven't got the data in front of me for the time period, but there is a period that Calvary Mater had an above state average rate of pneumonia. Yes. What work have you done to investigate that?
Our clinical governance team has analysed all of that, and again, there was nothing in that caused any concern to say that there was a cluster or there was something else happening there.
Okay.
So, but I'm happy to give those reviews to the committee.
Yeah, please. I think on notice we'd really appreciate to understand what process was gone through to come to that conclusion.
Very happy to do that.
I appreciate it. Are there any further questions?
Very helpful.
Okay.
That's about it.
Chair, sorry, through you, Chair. I did have a couple of things to close out just from earlier that would be very quick. Just in terms of the prevention plans that were requested by Ms. Boyd. Yeah. Prevention plans are where the breach cannot be remedied, and we say that these breaches are remediable. So, there is a solution out the other side, whereas if there was no solution, then we would require a prevention plan for ongoing. Just the other point was around the membership of the project coordination group. That includes Honeywell, Novacare, MediRest, HAC, and Calvary Mater Newcastle, and HAC is the secretariat.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the evidence that you've provided today. It's been very helpful. I'm sure there will be supplementary questions from the committee. The secretariat will be in touch about those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
And that brings us to the end of today's proceedings. Thanks, everyone.